Welcome back, legends. You're at The Fiction Wizard. Another incredible story awaits. Amelia Bones raided Privet Drive at dawn. Harry owned half of Wizarding Britain's noble houses. Subscribe and hit the bell. Let's dive right in. Chapter 1. The Knock at Dawn. The owl arrived at 3 in the morning. Amelia Bones had been awake already, which was not unusual. Sleep had become a negotiation she rarely won since the end of the Triwizard Tournament. Since Cedric Diggory came home in a box and the Minister of Magic told her, with a straight face and a sweating upper lip, that it was an accident. She sat at her kitchen table in her dressing gown with a cold cup of tea and a stack of files she'd read 4 times, and when the tawny owl dropped the sealed letter onto the table and helped itself to her biscuits without permission, she didn't even flinch. The seal on the letter was anonymous, plain red wax, no crest. That alone made her reach for her wand before she opened it. Inside was a single sheet of parchment. The handwriting was cramped, careful, the kind of hand that belonged to someone who had learned to take up as little space as possible. Madam Bones, you should visit 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Take a healer. Don't tell Dumbledore. A friend. She read it twice. Then she looked at the owl, which had eaten 3 of her biscuits and was eyeing a 4th. It had no band on its leg. No identifying marks. She set the letter down and thought about it for exactly 4 minutes. Then she went upstairs, got dressed, and by 3:45 she was standing in the fireplace with a handful of flu powder calling for healer Marcus Price at St. Mungo's, who owed her a favor from a case 3 years ago that they had agreed never to speak of again. By 4:15, she and Price and 2 of her most trusted aurors, Rufus Scrimgeour's people she was not, so she had her own, were standing in a perfectly ordinary Surrey street in the pearl grey dark before dawn, looking at a perfectly ordinary house. "This is where he lives?" Auror Dawlish said, and she could hear the surprise in it. "Quietly," Amelia said. She walked up the path and knocked. The knock woke Harry before the Dursleys, which was the only reason it went the way it did. He'd been sleeping badly since June. Not nightmares exactly, he'd had enough of those to know the difference. More like a low, constant hum of wrong that sat behind his sternum and made rest feel like a lie. He lay in the narrow bed in the smallest bedroom and stared at the ceiling and thought about Cedric's face and the sound the killing curse made and the way Voldemort had looked at him with those red eyes like Harry was something that had inconvenienced him by continuing to exist. He heard the knock, quiet but deliberate, and was at the window before the second one landed. 4 people on the front path. One of them in ministry robes, he could see the plum color even in the half-dark. One carrying what looked like a healer's bag. The other 2 had the stillness of people who were used to standing outside doors in the dark. Aurors. Not Dumbledore's people. Dumbledore's people glowed faintly with order magic if you knew what to look for, and Harry had learned, this summer, to look for things. He pulled on jeans and a t-shirt that had been Dudley's and hung off him like a curtain, pushed his glasses on, and went downstairs. He could hear Uncle Vernon stirring. The knock had been quiet but Vernon slept like a man with a guilty conscience, which he was, so Harry moved quickly and had the door open before his uncle reached the landing. The woman on the step was in her mid-50s, solidly built, with a square jaw and a monocle that caught the streetlight. She had iron-gray hair and the kind of eyes that had been measuring people for a very long time and were rarely impressed by what they found. She looked at Harry, and Harry looked at her, and something shifted in her expression that he didn't quite catch. "Harry Potter," she said. "Yes. I'm Amelia Bones. I'm the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." She said it the way people said things they expected you to already know. "I need to come inside." "Is this about Voldemort?" Harry said, because there was no point dancing around it. Behind her, one of the aurors startled visibly. Amelia Bones did not flinch. Her chin came up a fraction, which he thought might mean she was reassessing something. "Partly," she said. "May I come in?" Harry stood back and let them in. Vernon appeared at the top of the stairs in his dressing gown at the same moment Amelia Bones stepped into the hallway, and the sight of 4 people in ministry robes in his front hall turned his face a color that Harry had always privately thought of as catastrophic puce. "What is the meaning of, Mr. Dursley?" Amelia's voice didn't rise. She simply looked at Vernon with the steady, assessing gaze of a woman who had interviewed Death Eaters and found them unimpressive, and Vernon stopped mid-sentence like he'd walked into a wall. "Please come downstairs. My healer would like to do a standard evaluation of your nephew, and I have some questions for your household. These are not optional." Vernon came downstairs. He sat in his own living room in his own dressing gown and said nothing, which was, Harry reflected, possibly the most remarkable thing he'd ever witnessed in this house. Petunia appeared behind him, pale and brittle-looking, clutching the collar of her robe. Dudley, to his credit, didn't appear at all. Dudley had developed an excellent instinct for when to be elsewhere. Price the healer, a slight, efficient man who said almost nothing, looked at Harry and tilted his head toward the couch. Harry sat. The wand work was quiet, methodical. Harry watched Amelia watching him, and the Aurors watching the Dursleys, and the whole thing had the feeling of a scene that had been building for a long time and was finally happening. Price straightened. He didn't say anything directly to Harry. He turned to Amelia and spoke in a low, flat voice that was somehow worse for how clinical it was. Chronic magical suppression, consistent with prolonged proximity to strong emotional distress and inadequate nutrition during key developmental years. Signs of, he paused, chose his next word carefully. Habitual physical labor inconsistent with a minor's guardian profile. 3 healed hairline fractures, 2 fingers, 1 wrist. Residual scarring on both hands from what I can determine was repeated contact with cleaning substances. He's significantly underweight. The room was very quiet. Harry looked at the wall. The scars on his hands, Amelia said, still in that level voice, from cleaning substances. How old would you estimate the earliest injury? 8, Price said. Possibly 7. Petunia made a small sound. Vernon had gone from catastrophic puce to a gray that Harry had never seen on a living person before. Amelia turned to look at them both for a long moment. When she turned back, she sat down in the chair across from Harry, folded her hands, and looked at him directly. "Tell me about your summers," she said. Simply. Like it was a real question, not a formality. Harry looked at her. He thought about all the things he usually said: "It's fine, I manage, it's not that bad," the automatic armor he'd built from years of people not actually wanting the honest answer. He thought about Cedric, about the graveyard, about sitting here all summer in this house waiting to be allowed to matter again. "The door has locks on the outside," he said. "There's a cat flap." Amelia's jaw tightened. "He gets 1 room," one of her Aurors, a woman with close-cropped red hair, Savage her name was, said from the hallway. She'd been quietly moving through the house. "Everything's locked. There's a separate lock on this cupboard under the stairs, and it's," a pause, "it's sized like a room. There's an old mattress in it." No one looked at Harry. Harry appreciated that more than he could have explained. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," Amelia said, turning to face them with the same level calm, "I want to explain your situation very clearly. What I am hearing and what Auror Savage is finding constitutes, under the Statute of Reasonable Care for Magical Minors of 1947, a Category 2 violation of guardian conduct. The penalties," and here her voice acquired an edge that was not loud but was absolutely iron, "include loss of guardianship, financial restitution to the ward in question, and potential criminal proceedings under the Muggle Protection Act. Do you understand me?" Vernon opened his mouth. "Yes," Petunia said quickly. She was looking at Harry with an expression he had never seen on her face. Something complicated and ashamed and too late. "Yes. We understand." "Good." Amelia stood. "Harry, pack what you need. You are not coming back to this house." Harry stood up, and he didn't feel anything that resembled what he might have expected. Not relief, exactly. Not triumph. Something quieter and stranger, the feeling of a door he'd been pressing against for years swinging open because someone on the other side finally turned the handle. "Give me 5 minutes," he said, and went upstairs. He moved fast. He'd kept his things in a state of semi-readiness all summer without quite letting himself think about why. His school trunk was never fully unpacked, his wand was always within reach. He shoved what was left, books, Hedwig's empty cage, she was out hunting, his firebolt, the photo album Hagrid had given him first year, into the trunk, and as he worked his mind was already moving past the house, past the street, past Surrey entirely, toward the question that mattered. She'd said don't tell Dumbledore. The letter had said that. And Amelia Bones was here, personally, at 4 in the morning, which meant she'd thought this was important enough to come herself. He levitated the trunk down the stairs. He wasn't worrying about underage magic tonight, not with Ministry Aurors in the hallway, and found Amelia waiting by the door. The Dursleys had been relocated to the kitchen. He could hear Auror Savage's voice through the wall, not unkind but absolutely immovable, explaining what forms would need to be filed and what agreements would need to be signed. "My owl's out," Harry said. "Can someone stay until she comes back?" "Already arranged," Amelia said. She looked at his trunk, then at him, then said, quite matter-of-factly, "You took that well. I've had 15 years to practice." She did something then that surprised him. She smiled, brief and real, not the careful public expression he'd seen in photographs from ministry events, but an actual smile with some genuine warmth behind it, and she said, "Come on, then. We need to talk." They walked out into the early morning, the sky beginning to lighten at the edges, and 2 streets over there was a waiting ministry car, real one, not enchanted, because Surrey was about as Muggle as England got. One of the Aurors took his trunk and stowed it in the boot. Amelia got into the back seat and Harry got in beside her, and Price took the front, and they pulled away from Privet Drive in the thin grey light of a summer morning. Harry watched the house shrink in the side mirror. He waited for something, nostalgia, or regret, or even a kind of anger at the years. None of it came. He just watched it go. "I need to ask you some questions," Amelia said, "and I need honest answers, even if you think they're dangerous. Especially then." "All right. What happened at the end of the Triwizard Tournament?" Harry told her. Not the softened version he'd given Dumbledore, the one shaped by shock and grief and the half-conscious instinct to not make it worse. He told her everything. The portkey. The graveyard. The ritual. The names that came from Voldemort's wand. Cedric. Amelia Bones's expression didn't change during any of it, not from the professional mask she'd worn while listening. But when he finished, she looked out the window for a long moment, and he watched her jaw work once, and he understood that Cedric Diggory had been real to her. Not a symbol or a tragedy, a real dead boy she might have known, or whose family she knew, or who had simply been young and ought not to have died. "You told Dumbledore," she said. "Yes. And then? He sent me back here. Told me to keep quiet." Harry paused. "He said he'd be in touch. Has he been?" "No." She looked at him then. Really looked, in the way she'd been doing since the doorstep, like she was trying to reconcile something that wasn't adding up. "You're not what I expected," she said, which was clearly not what she'd intended to say. "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Something younger." She turned back to the window. "Harry, I need to tell you something, and I want you to hear all of it before you react. Is that acceptable?" "Yes. When you were registered as a ward of the Dursleys by Albus Dumbledore in 1981, she began, and something in how she said Dumbledore's name made Harry very still. Certain procedural requirements were circumvented. Not illegally. Dumbledore is too careful for that. But the standard process for placing a magical minor with a guardian requires filing with the Department of Magical Family Services, a Gringotts notification of next of kin inheritance placement, and a wardship review every 3 years. She looked at him. None of those reviews happened. None of them, Harry said flatly. None. The initial filing was made. Then, nothing. For 14 years. The car moved through quiet Surrey streets. Somewhere a milk float was making its rounds. Harry sat with that information and felt something cold and steady settle into place in the center of his chest. So nobody checked, he said. Nobody checked. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the cat flap. About 7 years old, possibly 8, cleaning something with his bare hands until the skin cracked. "Why are you telling me this?" he said. Not accusatory. A real question. "Because," Amelia said, "there's more. And it directly affects what happens next." She reached into her robe and withdrew a folder, slim, official-looking, with a Gringotts seal on the front. "This was sent to my office 2 days ago. An anonymous submission. It's a summary document, a précis, the goblins call it, of the Potter estate status." She handed it to him. Harry opened it. The text was dense, formal, full of legal language he had to read twice, but the numbers were clear enough and the words Lord and Heir and Noble House came up often enough that by the second page his mouth was slightly open. "You're familiar with the concept of wizarding noble houses?" Amelia asked. Vaguely. Ron mentioned it once. "There are 3 categories. Ancient and most noble, the oldest, like the House of Black. Ancient and noble, the next tier, which includes the Potters. And simply noble, which are later established houses with hereditary Wisengamot seats." She nodded at the folder. "According to this précis, your parents' estate was never formally processed. Your father's will was sealed, your mother's letter of wishes was never entered into probate. Nothing was acted upon. Which means the lordship of the House of Potter has been sitting in legal abeyance for 14 years. Harry looked up from the folder. "Abeyance," he said. "Unclaimed. Unheld. The seat in the Wisengamot was marked inactive. The properties, your family had 4, have been in a holding trust. The accounts," she nodded at the folder again, "have been compounding." Harry looked at the figure at the bottom of the second page. It had a lot of zeros. "That's not all," she said, and her voice shifted into something that was being very careful. "Your godfather is Sirius Black." "He's innocent," Harry said immediately. "He never got a trial." I know." Amelia's voice cut through cleanly, not unkind. "I've suspected for some time. Long enough that I'm not proud of how long I suspected before acting. That's a separate matter and I'm pursuing it." She held his gaze. "But Sirius Black is also the heir to the House of Black. Which is ancient and most noble. And Sirius, in his incapacitated status over the last 14 years, left a sealed magical document with Gringotts in 1979, 2 years before he was imprisoned. A designation of alternate heir." The car had stopped. Harry looked out and realized they were in central London, not far from the Leaky Cauldron. The sky was fully light now, that early summer gold. "He named me," Harry said. "Not a question." "He named you," Amelia confirmed. "With the stipulation that it activate if you were unable to claim the lordship by the time you turned 15. She paused. "You turned 15 3 weeks ago." Harry set the folder down on his knee and looked at it. "So he started, and then stopped, and organized his thoughts the way he did when a chess position got complicated, which was not a skill he'd been given credit for. "I'm the rightful holder of the Potter lordship, which nobody's claimed for me. And I might also have a claim to the Black lordship, because Sirius is legally in a complicated position, yes. The Black lordship has also been in a state of contested abeyance, because Sirius's mother left a counter-document claiming Draco Malfoy as her grandson by adoption and therefore the rightful heir, but a document filed before her death cannot legally supersede a Gringotts designation, and the goblins have been." The corner of her mouth moved, patiently waiting for someone to come and sort it out. "The goblins," Harry said slowly, "have been waiting. For a while, yes. And in this folder, the précis mentions 12 affiliated houses. Some through the Potter line. Some through the Black line through various marriage contracts, blood treaties, and hereditary obligations going back 400 years. She looked at him steadily. "I'm not going to tell you what any of that means in practice until you've spoken to Gringotts directly. But I will tell you that the Wizengamot currently has 17 seats that could be argued to fall under your authority." The silence in the car was absolute. Harry thought about Cornelius Fudge calling him a liar. He thought about the prophet printing that he was unstable, attention-seeking, troubled. He thought about Lucius Malfoy standing in that court last year, smooth and untouchable, and Draco Malfoy's face whenever he spoke to Harry, that contemptuous certainty that Harry was beneath him, always and forever, in every way that counted in their world. He thought about Cedric. "What do I need to do?" he said. Something in Amelia Bones's expression settled, like she'd been waiting for that and was glad it had come. "First thing is Gringotts," she said. "I've arranged an appointment for 8 o'clock. That's in 2 hours. Price can have you looked after properly while we wait. There's a safe house in Bloomsbury." She paused. "There are things I need to be transparent with you about, Harry. I have my own reasons for doing this, and they're not entirely selfless." "Tell me." She held his gaze. "Fudge is making decisions that I believe are going to get people killed. He's blocking every inquiry into the Diggory case, he's refusing to authorize additional Auror deployment despite intelligence that," she stopped, reorganized. "Voldemort returning is not something I can fight if the Ministry itself is the obstacle. But there are rules I have to follow. Legal structures. I can only move when the law supports the move. A beat. A 15-year-old with the potential voting authority of 17 Wizengamot seats is not someone the minister can ignore." "You want to use the seats," Harry said. "I want you to use them. If you choose to. There is a difference, and I mean it." Harry thought about it. Actually thought about it, looking out at early morning London, a city that didn't know him or care about him, which he had always found more comfortable than a world that knew his face and called it love. "Dumbledore will try to stop it," he said. "Yes," she said. "He will. He'll say I'm too young, or it's too dangerous, or there's a bigger picture I don't understand." "Almost certainly." "Is he wrong?" Amelia considered this with what he thought was genuine fairness. "He's not wrong that there's a bigger picture. He may be wrong that you can't understand it. He's definitely wrong that his way of keeping you uninformed is keeping you safe." She tilted her head. "He kept you in that house, Harry. For 14 years. He knew what those reviews would have found. The weight of that sat in the air between them." Harry thought about all the things Dumbledore was. Brilliant. Powerful. Probably genuinely trying, in his vast and paternalistic way, to protect something. He thought about the way Dumbledore looked at him sometimes, like Harry was both more and less than a person, like he was a necessary thing, a piece that needed to be in a certain place. "I'm not going to be a weapon for anyone," he said quietly. "Not for Voldemort. Not for Dumbledore. And not for you either, Madam Bones, if you'll forgive me saying so." She didn't flinch. She nodded, slow and serious. "That's reasonable," she said. "I wouldn't trust you if you said anything else." He looked at her for a moment longer. She met his eyes without calculation or apology. She was, he thought, exactly what she looked like, a woman who had decided a long time ago that doing the right thing mattered more than doing the easy thing, and had been paying that price ever since. "All right," he said. "Let's go to Gringotts." The safe house was a narrow townhouse in Bloomsbury that smelled of old books and flue ash and had a kitchen where Price made tea without being asked. Harry sat at the table and let the healer do a more thorough examination, the kind that required actual potions, and left a printed diagnostic report, and while Price worked, Harry read the précis again, more carefully. The Potter estate was staggering. Not just the money, though the money was. He looked at the figure again and thought about the Weasleys' kitchen and felt something that wasn't quite guilt but was adjacent to it. The properties were four: the family home in Godric's Hollow, destroyed, but the land and ruins still titled to the estate, a townhouse in Edinburgh, a manor in Shropshire he'd never heard of, and a property in France that the précis listed simply as Château de Sorcières, Provence, without further elaboration, which he thought was the most outrageously casual thing he had ever read. The black holdings made the Potter estate look modest. He set the folder down and looked at the ceiling. Across from him, Price finished his diagnostic and said, very quietly, "You should have been seen 2 years ago." "I know," Harry said. Not defensive. Just honest. "The magical suppression will resolve. Proper nutrition, time away from that, environment. You'll likely see a significant change within months." He hesitated. "Do you have any questions about the report?" "The 3 fractures," Harry said. "Were they set properly?" "One was not. Your right index finger. It healed at a slight angle. It won't affect your wand work, but," he stopped. "Started again. I want to be clear. That is not acceptable. What happened to you in that house is not acceptable." Harry looked at him. Price was looking back with the particular contained ferocity of a medical professional encountering something that offended him on a cellular level. "Thank you," Harry said. "I know." He went to the small window that looked out over a quiet Bloomsbury Street and thought about his father. James Potter had been Lord Potter, must have been, if the seat existed. He'd grown up in this world that Harry was only now seeing the shape of. He wondered if James had understood what he was, if he'd sat in those Wisengamot sessions in the formal robes Harry had seen in wizarding photographs, if he'd known what it meant to have the weight of a house behind his name. He wondered what James would think of his son standing here about to claim it 14 years late. A thought came to him, quiet and sure: he'd be furious at how long it took. Not at Harry. At the circumstances. At the people who had left it this long. Amelia came in at 7:30 with fresh information. Auror Savage had completed the documentation at Privet Drive. The Dursleys had signed everything without argument, which was, she said, wise of them. Hedwig had been collected and was currently being transported to the safe house by the other Auror, a phlegmatic man named Hestia Jones, who had apparently made friends with the owl through the simple expedient of providing treats. "Is there anyone you want to notify?" Amelia asked. "Weasleys? Granger?" Harry thought about it. He thought about Mrs. Weasley's careful, deliberate unawareness of how bad it was at the Dursleys, the way she sent food parcels but never asked too many questions. He thought about Hermione's tendency to defer to authority on matters like this, to trust the established systems. "Not yet," he said. "After Gringotts." Amelia nodded. She handed him a set of robes. Dark blue, well made, not new but not shabby either. "I had someone pick these up." "Savage guessed your size." Harry looked at them. Then at his own t-shirt, which still had a grass stain on the sleeve from some garden work he'd done 2 weeks ago. "Thank you," he said, and meant it entirely. He changed in the small bathroom upstairs and looked at himself in the mirror for a moment. The robes fit better than anything he'd worn in years. He looked, not different, exactly. But less like something that had been reduced. Less like a background character in his own life. He went downstairs and Amelia looked at him and said, simply, better. They walked to Gringotts at 7:55, in the early morning bustle of Diagon Alley before the shops had properly opened. The street was quiet, a few witches and wizards heading purposefully toward their days, a couple of owl post deliveries overhead. Harry drew no special attention. He was just a boy in robes walking with a ministry official, which was ordinary enough. But he noticed things he hadn't before, or noticed them differently. The quality of robes people wore. The way people nodded to each other, some nods full of recognition, others performatively deferential. The way the alley itself was arranged, the prominent shops and the tucked-away ones, the small markers of a social hierarchy he'd been nominally part of for 4 years without ever being allowed inside. The white marble of Gringotts caught the morning sun. 2 goblins at the door regarded them with the specific brand of disinterest that was actually very close attention. Harry looked back at them with the same directness. Inside, they were met, not taken to a teller, not made to wait, by a goblin in formal banking robes who introduced himself as Ragnok, which Harry noted was not a name you gave a junior clerk. Ragnok was old, in the way that goblins could be old without looking it, with eyes like polished flint and the bearing of someone who had been waiting for a particular meeting to happen and had prepared thoroughly. "Mr. Potter," Ragnok said. "We have been expecting you for some time." "I got here as soon as I could," Harry said. Ragnok's face did something that, on a human, would have been a smile. He turned and walked, and Harry followed, and the corridor they went down was not the one Harry had been to before. This one was different, older, the stone darker, the torches not magical but actual flames. It smelled of old metal and deep earth. The room they entered was lined with shelves of documents and had a table of dark wood in the center. There were 3 chairs on one side, for Harry, Amelia, and Price, and Ragnok took the single chair on the other. On the table was a box. Stone, sealed with a Potter crest in wax that was somehow still intact after 14 years. "Your father's will," Ragnok said. "Sealed at the time of his death per his instructions. It was to be opened only by the heir or on the heir's 16th birthday, but there is an acceleration clause." He looked at Harry with those flint eyes. "A triggering event. Proof that the heir requires immediate access to the estate for purposes of legal protection or self-determination." "I qualify," Harry said. "You qualify considerably," Ragnok agreed. He pushed the box forward. Harry looked at it. The wax seal was a stag. He pressed his thumb to it, and the seal lit briefly with golden light, and the box opened. The will inside was written in James Potter's handwriting. Harry had seen enough of it in old letters to know, looping and a little careless, the writing of someone who had always had more thoughts than time. He looked at it for one moment, just looking, before he let himself read. The bequests were clear. The properties, the accounts, the investments, all to Harry. The guardianship had been specified: Sirius Black, primary. Alice and Frank Longbottom, secondary. Albus Dumbledore was not mentioned. Not once. Not even as a courtesy. At the bottom of the will, in a separate hand that Harry recognized from birthday cards he kept in his trunk, was a note in his mother's writing, added as a codicil, Ragnok explained quietly, on the same night, in the hours before they died. The note was short. "Harry, we don't know if this is our last night. We think it might be. If it is, and if you're reading this, please know that we didn't leave you. We were taken. There's a difference. Make them see the difference. We love you." Mom and Dad. Harry held the page for a moment. He was 15, and he had never had a letter from his mother that wasn't second-hand, and the handwriting was careful and a little rushed, written by someone who didn't have time, and he sat with that fact for exactly as long as he needed to. Amelia and Ragnok and Price were very quiet. Then Harry set the parchment down, face up, and looked at Ragnok. "I want to claim the Potter lordship," he said. "Today. And then I want to talk about the Black estate." Ragnok's flint eyes gleamed. "We have the documents ready," he said, and he sounded satisfied in a deep and particular way, the way of someone who had been holding a complicated thing in trust and was very glad to finally hand it to the right person. "We have had them ready since July the 31st. Harry's birthday. The day Sirius's designation had activated. He thought, they've been waiting. And then he thought, all right, then. Let's begin." They spent 3 hours in that room. Ragnarok walked Harry through every document with the methodical thoroughness of a teacher who had found a student worth teaching. Amelia took notes. Price sat quietly and occasionally confirmed medical facts when Ragnarok raised questions about the wardship timeline and what legal weight Harry's diagnostic report might carry. By 11 o'clock, Harry had signed his name more times than he'd signed it in his entire life. Each signature, Ragnarok had explained, carried a small blood component, not dramatic, not a cut, just a thumb pressed to the signature line, a brief warmth, and each one felt slightly different. The Potter lordship signature felt like something old and solid clicking into place. The preliminary black claim documents felt like unlocking a door he hadn't known existed. When it was done, Ragnarok set down his quill, looked at Harry, and said something remarkable. "The Wisengamot will reconvene in 12 days for its summer session," he said. "As Lord Potter and claimant to the House of Black, you will be entitled to your seats. The proxy votes held in abeyance for the Potter seat, 14 years of uncollected authority, will be assessed and returned to your discretion." He paused. "There are also 17 seats in the allied and affiliated houses that will fall to your influence pending individual review. Not all of them are automatically yours. Some will require formal acknowledgement from the House representatives. Some have been voting under Malfoy guidance." Amelia looked up from her notes. "Lucius Malfoy," she said. "He holds 4 proxy assignments from houses whose lords have been," Ragnarok chose his word carefully, "persuaded to yield their vote. Under your claim, at least 3 of those proxies become legally questionable." Harry thought about Lucius Malfoy's face. The smooth, considered contempt of a man who had never once imagined that Harry Potter would turn up in the Wisengamot with legal standing and an accounting ledger. "Good," Harry said, and meant it entirely. Outside, the sun was full and bright over Diagon Alley, and Harry stood on the marble steps of Gringotts and felt the weight of the morning, the long-delayed morning that had finally come, settle across his shoulders like something that had always been meant to be there. Amelia stood beside him, looking out at the alley. "Dumbledore will know by this afternoon," she said. "Whatever arrangement he has with the goblins, let him," Harry said. She looked at him sideways. "He's going to want to talk." "I'm sure he is." He pushed his glasses up. "I'll talk to him. But I won't be managed by him. There's a difference, and he needs to understand it." "You're sounding like your mother's letter," she said, and it was not a criticism. Harry looked out at Diagon Alley, at the morning bustle of a world that was about to learn something it had forgotten, that Harry Potter had a name, and a house, and a legal standing, and 14 years of patience that had just run out. "What's first?" he said. "Notification to the Wisengamot registry," Amelia said, already reaching for her parchment. "Then we need to talk about where you're staying." Then Sirius," Harry said. "We talk about how to get Sirius his trial." Amelia nodded, and her expression was fierce and certain and glad. "Then Sirius," she agreed. They walked back into the alley together, and behind them the doors of Gringotts closed with the resonant, definitive weight of a vault being unlocked after a very long time, and the morning opened up ahead of them like a country Harry was, for the first time, entirely prepared to claim. Chapter 2, The Weight of Gold and Bone. The Wisengamot Registry Office occupied a cramped, wood-paneled room on the 4th floor of the Ministry of Magic that smelled of old ink and bureaucratic defeat. It was the kind of office that had been systematically overlooked for decades. The wallpaper was the color of a faded bruise, the filing cabinets were older than most of the witches and wizards who used them, and the single window had been painted shut sometime during the previous century and nobody had cared enough to open it since. The witch behind the desk was named Griselda Marchbanks, and she was so old that her hands had the translucent quality of parchment held up to light, and she had examined Harry's OWL practical last term with the focused intensity of someone who had once examined Dumbledore himself and found him adequate. She looked up when Amelia walked in, registered Harry behind her, and her expression went through 3 distinct phases in roughly 2 seconds, surprise, recognition, and then something sharp and pleased. "Amelia," she said. "Griselda. I need to file a lordship activation. Marchbanks held out her hand without looking away from Harry. Amelia placed the Gringotts documentation into it. Marchbanks read it with the speed of someone who'd been reading legal documents since before Amelia was born, and when she finished she set it down carefully on her desk, the way you set down something that might startle if you moved too fast. Well, she said. Yes, said Amelia. Potter lordship in abeyance since 1981. She looked at Harry. You're aware of what this means procedurally? I'm learning fast, Harry said. Marchbanks actually laughed at that, a dry, genuine sound like old wood settling. I imagine you are. She reached for a quill and a form that she extracted from the third drawer without looking. I need a blood confirmation in addition to the Gringotts seal. Standard activation protocol. She pushed an inkwell toward him. It was not ink in it. Thumb. 3 drops. Harry pressed his thumb to the edge of the well. It pricked cleanly, like a needle, and 3 drops of blood fell into the well and turned the red ink to gold. Marchbanks wrote active next to the words House of Potter, Lord Harold James Potter in the register with the same efficient calm she'd used marking his transfiguration practical, and then turned back a page and wrote inactive, superseded over the abeyance notation with a finality that was almost physical. The black claim, she said. Filed as a preliminary at Gringotts, Amelia said. Pending the resolution of Sirius Black's legal status, Marchbanks said. She looked up. Her eyes were very sharp for someone her age, or perhaps especially for someone her age. I have opinions about that case. I'd be interested to hear them, Harry said. In about 40 years when I write my memoirs, you'll be the first to know. She capped the golden inkwell and filed the forms with 3 precise movements. The lordship activation will register across ministry systems within the hour. You'll want to be somewhere else when it does. Why? Harry said. Because Cornelius Fudge has a monitoring charm on the lordship registry that alerts him to any new noble house activations. He put it there in 1990 to track old family political movements, and he has never once been subtle about his paranoia. She tilted her head. I imagine he will have questions. Let him have them, Harry said, which he seemed to be saying a lot this morning and meant every time. Marchbanks regarded him for another moment with those sharp old eyes. Then she said, very quietly, your grandmother was Euphemia Potter. We were at school together. She would have been very, she paused, chose carefully, very proud isn't quite the right word. She would have been extremely satisfied. Harry held that for a moment. He hadn't known his grandmother's name until this morning, had learned it from the will. Euphemia. He filed it away with the other things he was collecting, pieces of himself he'd been denied for 15 years. Thank you, he said. Marchbanks waved a hand and was already reaching for her next stack of files. They were dismissed. The lift down to the atrium hummed around them, and Amelia was already planning aloud in a low, efficient voice, the notification letters that needed to go to the Allied House representatives, the legal team she wanted to bring in, the question of Harry's living arrangements since the safe house in Bloomsbury was not a long-term solution. Harry listened to about half of it and spent the other half thinking about what Marchbanks had said. Within the hour. He had maybe 45 minutes before Fudge knew. Before Dumbledore potentially knew, if his sources at the ministry were as good as Harry suspected. 45 minutes in which the shape of the morning was still something that only a handful of people understood. He thought about how to use 45 minutes. I want to write to Hermione and Ron, he said, cutting across Amelia's logistics. She stopped. Now? Not details. Just, that I'm all right. That something's happened. That I'll explain later. He looked at her. They'll be worried if they don't hear from me. And I'd rather they heard it from me than from the prophet. She considered this for exactly the length of time it deserved and then nodded. The safe house has parchment and I'll post. Do it before we go to the session planning meeting. She paused. What about Dumbledore? What about him? Do you want to reach out first, or, no, Harry said. Simply. He can come to me. The lift opened into the atrium, marble and fountain and the movement of ministry workers starting their day, and Harry walked through it and felt them noticing without noticing, the way you felt a room shift slightly without anyone making a dramatic gesture. He was, he thought, probably still just a teenager in robes to most of them. That would change. He was comfortable waiting for it to change. Back at the Bloomsbury safe house, Hedwig was waiting. She was perched on the back of a kitchen chair with the magnificent indifference of an owl who had been put out by the detourer but was willing to be appeased by the treats that Hestia Jones had apparently provided in considerable quantity. When Harry came in she looked at him, and he looked at her, and she ruffled her feathers once in a way that meant she'd been worried and was choosing not to make an issue of it. "Sorry," he said, and stroked her head, and she closed her eyes and leaned into it. He wrote to Ron first. Short, clear, honest, something happened this morning. I'm safe, I'm in London. Not at the Dursleys anymore. Don't panic and don't tell Dumbledore yet. I'll explain everything soon. Harry. Then to Hermione, because she required a slightly different approach, I know you'll want details and I'll give them, but for now, I've found out some things about my family's estate and I'm sorting them out with help from someone trustworthy. I'm safe. I'll write again soon. He almost added don't owl Dumbledore and then decided she would read that as a challenge, so he left it out and trusted her to be more cautious than Ron. He tied both letters to Hedwig's leg, gave her an additional treat, and sent her off with the quiet certainty that she'd get it done. Then he sat down at the kitchen table and opened the précis again, properly this time, with nowhere to be for 30 minutes and the particular focus of someone who had just realized the information in front of them was going to matter enormously. Price had laid out breakfast while Harry was writing, toast, eggs, proper tea, and Harry ate while he read, which was the first genuinely comfortable meal he'd had in this house or any house for as long as he could remember. He kept reading. The allied houses were the complicated part. 12 affiliates, the précis said, but that was a simplified number. Several of them were half-affiliates, houses that had marriage or treaty ties to either the Potters or the Blacks but had maintained enough independence that their political allegiances were not automatic. 3 of them had been voting under Malfoy proxy for the last decade. 2 had gone entirely dormant, their lords were elderly, infirm, or had simply stopped engaging with Wisengamot politics in a spirit of exhausted despair. One of them, the House of Selwyn, had a complicated 3-way inheritance claim that apparently even the goblins found irritating. But 4 of the affiliates were solid. Ancient houses with active lords or ladies who had been waiting, the précis implied between its formal lines, for someone to coalesce around. The House of Longbottom was one of them. Harry thought about Neville, about Augusta Longbottom's iron posture at the Quidditch World Cup, and filed that away. The House of Bones was another. Harry looked at that name in the document and thought about Amelia Bones, who had knocked on his door at 4 in the morning with a healer and 2 aurors and no warning to Dumbledore, and understood something about this morning that he hadn't quite articulated yet. She hadn't just come to rescue him. She'd come to form an alliance, and she'd done it in a way that gave him every option and forced nothing. He respected that more than he could easily say. Amelia returned at noon with a witch named Andromeda Tonks, who was Sirius's cousin and looked startlingly like the photographs Harry had seen of Bellatrix Lestrange if you removed everything that Azkaban had carved into Bellatrix's face and replaced it with warmth and the particular self-possession of a woman who had survived being disowned by one of Britain's oldest families and built something better on the other side. She was also, apparently, one of the most capable inheritance law specialists in Wizarding Britain, which Amelia mentioned in the same tone she might say the weather was fine, matter of fact, a little smug. My daughter Nymphadora is one of Amelia's aurors, Andromeda said, sitting down across from Harry with a folder of her own and the brisk manner of someone who'd already been briefed and wasn't going to waste time on pleasantries. She thinks very highly of you, for what it's worth. I'm here about Sirius and about the allied house structure. Which do you want first? Sirius, Harry said. Andromeda nodded. The problem with Sirius is not really the law. The law is actually quite clear. A prisoner tried in absentia without a veritaserum hearing has an automatic right of appeal under the Wisengamot's own charter, specifically subsection 4 of the Wizarding Judicial Equity Act of 1933. The problem is that somebody has to be willing to petition for that appeal, and until now anyone with standing to do so was either discredited, dead, or unaware that they had standing. "I have standing," Harry said. As his designated heir, "You have standing," she confirmed. "But there's a stronger argument available. As Lord Potter, you have the right to petition the Wisengamot directly for an emergency judicial review on behalf of anyone improperly deprived of their legal rights. It's rarely used, but it is there. It was used in 1956 by Lord Greengrass to exonerate 3 witches wrongfully imprisoned on dark artifact charges." She looked at him over the tops of her reading spectacles. The irony is that the Malfoys used a similar petition in the 80s. Lucius Malfoy petitioned for emergency review of 3 Death Eater convictions in 1983 and successfully argued 2 of them. He understands this mechanism very well. "So he'll see it coming," Harry said. "He'll see it coming," Andromeda agreed. "And he'll be ready for it. Which is why the timing matters." "The summer session," Amelia said from across the room, where she was going through her own files. 12 days. 11, now." Andromeda looked at Harry. "If you file the petition before the session, it has to be placed on the Wisengamot's formal agenda. They can't simply ignore it. It becomes a matter of record that every voting member has to address." She paused. "Fudge can't bury a matter of record without demonstrating that he is personally directing the Wisengamot's agenda, which would itself be a scandal." "Fudge is already directing their agenda," Harry said. "Yes, but he's doing it informally, through influence and persuasion and occasionally mild threats to ministry budgets. Doing it formally, in defiance of a legal petition from a sitting lord, is a different matter." She smiled, and it was a sharp smile with a family resemblance to someone who was probably teaching defense against the dark art somewhere and calling it dueling practice. The difference between a crime everyone tolerates and a crime committed in public is largely a question of light. Harry looked at her. He thought he was going to like Andromeda Tonks. "How long to draft the petition?" he said. "I've already started," she said, and produced 16 pages of dense parchment from her folder, which explained why she'd had the brisk efficiency of someone who had been working since before breakfast. They worked through the afternoon. Andromeda on the serious petition, Harry reading and asking questions that she answered with the directness of someone who thought he was worth answering properly. Amelia moving between them and the small office she'd commandeered at the back of the safe house, running what Harry gradually understood was a parallel operation, coordinating with Aurors, managing ministry communications, keeping several different conversations going in separate rooms without letting them contaminate each other. Around 2 o'clock, Harry heard a raised voice from the back office. Not Amelia's voice. Amelia's voice was consistently level in a way that suggested it was a choice rather than a natural state. The voice was a man's, familiar, even filtered through walls. Harry set down the document he was reading and went to the door. Through the wall, clear enough, "Amelia, this is deeply irresponsible. The boy has no concept of what he's walking into. He needs guidance, he needs, Amelia's voice, cool as a scalpel, to be given the information his guardians withheld for 14 years and trusted to make his own decisions. What he does not need is another adult deciding they know better." "That's not what I said, Albus. I have his healer's diagnostic report in my files. I have the Gringotts' confirmation of an unsealed and uninvestigated will sitting in trust since 1981. I have a wardship file from the Department of Magical Family Services that contains exactly 0 reviews between 1981 and this morning. Do you want to have this conversation now?" A pause. A long one. "I want to speak with Harry," Dumbledore said. "Then I suggest you ask him." Harry opened the door. The back office was small, barely room for a desk and 2 chairs and a window onto a brick wall. Amelia stood behind the desk. In the center of the room, occupying rather more metaphorical space than his physical dimensions quite accounted for, was Albus Dumbledore, in robes the color of deep blue twilight with silver stars, silver-haired and silver-bearded, and looking at Harry with those blue eyes that had always seemed to be seeing something a little past him, a little further ahead, and usually something that Harry had not been informed about. He looked older than Harry remembered. Or perhaps Harry was simply looking at him differently. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice had that warmth in it, the warmth that was genuine, that Harry had never doubted. The man's affection was real, that was never the issue. "I'm glad you're safe." "I've been safe for 3 hours," Harry said. "I was significantly less safe for the previous 14 years. Dumbledore's expression did something complicated. "May I come in?" Harry stepped back. Dumbledore entered the office and Amelia left, which Harry thought was deliberate and appreciated, not because he needed her to stay, but because being left to handle this himself was the right call and she knew it. He sat down without being invited because the office only had 2 chairs and he wasn't going to stand while a 100-and-something-year-old wizard sat. Dumbledore took the other chair with the care of someone whose joints had opinions about furniture. "I imagine," Dumbledore said, "that you have a great deal you wish to say to me." "I've been thinking about that," Harry said. "What I actually want is answers." "Then ask. Did you read my parents' will?" No pause. No deflection. Dumbledore met his eyes and said, "Yes." "Then you knew I wasn't supposed to go to the Dursleys?" "Yes." "You placed me there anyway?" "Yes." Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. He looked tired, Harry thought. Not physically, he'd always seemed somehow exempt from physical tiredness, but in the way of someone who had been carrying a decision for a long time and knew this was the day it would have to be accounted for. "I believed, and continue to believe, that the blood protection offered by your mother's sacrifice, anchored through Petunia, her surviving blood relative, was the single most effective protective measure available to you. I made a calculation." He paused. "I did not, at the time, adequately consider what you would be living in." That was wrong. It was such a direct admission that Harry wasn't entirely sure what to do with it. He'd expected more architecture, more of the famous circumspect wisdom, the gentle redirection. Instead he got, "That was wrong." Simply. "Why didn't you file the wardship reviews?" Harry said. "Because each review would have required a visit to Privet Drive, and each visit would have told a ministry official exactly where you were. In 1981, I did not know who could be trusted. By 1983, the habit of secrecy was established, and he stopped. I made a series of decisions that each seemed logical in isolation and collectively resulted in something I should have corrected." "Something," Harry said quietly. "What happened to you in that house," Dumbledore said, and for the first time his voice did something, shifted, roughened at the edge. "Is not something I will minimize with a euphemism. I let it happen. I am sorry, Harry. That is not sufficient. I know that." Harry looked at him for a long moment. He didn't feel the seething fury he might have expected, or the aching grief of a child who had been failed. He felt something cleaner than either of those. A clarity. "I'm not going back there," Harry said. "And I'm not going to pretend the last few years didn't happen just because you have a plan I don't know about. If you want to work with me, actually with me, not around me, then it starts with telling me the truth. All of it. The Horcruxes, the prophecy, whatever it is you've been keeping back." The air in the room went very still. Dumbledore looked at him with something that was not quite surprise and not quite respect and was some third thing that lived between them, and Harry sat in his chair and waited and did not look away. "You know about the Horcruxes," Dumbledore said. "I've worked some of it out. The diary in second year. The way Voldemort came back the way he did. He split his soul." Harry kept his voice level. "How many?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, not performing wisdom now, just talking. I believe 7 in total. I have confirmed 1. I suspect 5 others and believe 1 may be." He stopped. His eyes went to Harry Scar with an expression Harry had never quite been able to read and now thought he might be beginning to. "Maybe what?" Harry said. "That is a conversation I am not yet ready to have," Dumbledore said, "because I am not yet certain, and telling you an uncertainty as though it were a fact would be unconscionable." He held Harry's gaze. "I swear to you that I will have it with you before the year is out. Will you accept that?" Harry thought about it. He thought about the ways Dumbledore had kept information from him and the damage each omission had done. He also thought about the way Dumbledore had just said that was wrong with no cushioning, and the way his eyes had moved to Harry Scar with an expression that contained something that looked very much like guilt. "Yes," Harry said. "With one condition." "Name it." "You stop managing me. Completely. No more vague warnings and then sending me off to not think about them. If something affects me, you tell me." Dumbledore inclined his head. It was not a small gesture from a man who had been running his own show for over a century. "Agreed." "All right." Harry stood up. "Then here's what's happening, since you should probably know. I've activated the Potter Lordship. I'm filing a petition for Sirius's trial. I'm going to attend the Wizengamot summer session and I'm going to raise the question of why the Ministry has been suppressing evidence of Voldemort's return." He picked up his folder from the desk. "I'd like your support, but I don't need it." Dumbledore looked up at him from the chair. In the small room, with the afternoon light coming grey through the window onto the brick wall, he looked human in a way he rarely did. Old and tired and, Harry thought, something close to relieved. "You have it," he said quietly. "For what it's worth." "It's worth something," Harry said. "Not everything, but something." He went back to the main room, where Andromeda was waiting with 17 pages of petition and a pot of tea going cold. By 6 in the evening, 2 things had happened that changed the texture of the day. The first was a letter from Ron, delivered by the Weasley family owl Errol, who arrived looking like he'd had a difficult journey and had the letter somewhat crumpled in his beak. The letter was pure Ron. "Harry, what the bloody hell is going on? Mom just got a Ministry owl saying your guardianship has been altered and she's gone full panic mode. Dad's trying to calm her down. I'm hiding in my room writing this. What happened? Please write back immediately. Also, are you okay? Also, what does guardianship altered mean? Also, Mum said something about the Wizengamot and then stopped when she saw me listening." Harry smiled at it despite himself. He wrote back, "I'm fine. Better than fine. I'll explain everything soon. Yes, it's real." He added, impulsively, "Tell your dad I might need to pick his brain about the Wizengamot. He'll know what I mean." He thought Arthur Weasley, with his genuine interest in everything and his muggle-fair heart and his complete absence of political ambition, might be one of the more useful people in his orbit over the coming weeks. The second thing was a message that arrived through Amelia's official Ministry channel, routed through the DMLE and therefore technically a professional communication, which meant Amelia read it before deciding Harry should know. The kitchen went quiet. "That was fast," Harry said. "He has sources," Amelia said. "Good ones." The Lordship activation went through the registry at 12:47. Malfoy's meeting request was logged at 1:15. Less than 30 minutes. Harry thought about the kind of network that made that possible, the informants, the favors owed, the very particular species of power that Lucius Malfoy had spent decades carefully cultivating. He thought about how that power worked, not through confrontation, but through accumulation. Through sitting in rooms and pulling strings that nobody could see clearly enough to cut. "What's his argument going to be?" Harry asked. Andromeda answered before Amelia could. "That you're 15. That an underage wizard lacks the legal standing to claim a lordship, and therefore the Gringotts filing should be suspended pending your majority." She had her spectacles off and was looking at Harry steadily. "It's a reasonable argument on its surface. It has one significant flaw. The age of magical majority is 17, Harry said. But the Magical Lordship Act of 1692 specifically exempts hereditary lordship claims from the standard age requirements, because hereditary lordships were frequently claimed by minors during periods of war or family emergency. It was common enough that they wrote the exception into the law explicitly. She paused. Lucius Malfoy knows this. He has the same legal library I do, and he has been practicing Wisengamot politics since before you were born. So why is he making the argument? Harry said. He's not trying to win the argument, Amelia said. He's trying to delay. Every day the black claim is in question, the black estate votes go nowhere. Every day the allied houses are in uncertainty, they default to their existing proxy assignments, which are Malfoy's. She looked at Harry. He doesn't need to beat you. He just needs to slow you down long enough to consolidate his own position before the summer session. Harry thought about that. About the pace of this, the rate at which things were moving, the 11 days to the session, the feeling of a clock that existed underneath everything today like a second heartbeat. Then we don't slow down, Harry said. We don't slow down, Amelia confirmed. The petition for Sirius's trial, how quickly can we file it? Tonight, Andromeda said, if you sign the final pages. Can Malfoy block it? He can attempt to challenge the filing. He can't remove it from the agenda once it's formally entered. She picked up her 17 pages. It becomes part of the public record the moment the Wisengamot clerk receives it. Then let's file it tonight, Harry said. Officially. With the clerk directly. Andromeda smiled, quick and sharp. The clerk's office closes at 8. It's 6:15, Harry said. Then we should go now, she said, and was already putting her spectacles back on. The ministry at evening was a different creature than the ministry by day. The atrium was quieter, the great golden fountain catching torchlight instead of sun, the tile floors echoing under fewer feet. The security desk was staffed by a single-board wizard who looked up when Harry walked in, looked down, looked up again with the delayed recognition of someone whose brain had just processed something it wasn't expecting. Harry didn't stop to let it develop into anything. He signed the visitor register, Harry Potter, Lord Potter, he tried it, writing it out, and it felt neither dramatic nor false, just precise, and went straight for the lifts. The Wisengamot clerk's office was on level 2, a room significantly grander than the registry office. This was, after all, the bureaucratic heart of wizarding judicial power, and someone had spent money on the woodwork even if not on the heating. The clerk himself was a thin, gray-haired wizard named Tiberius Ogden something who clearly hadn't expected company this late and had been eating a sandwich when they walked in. Harry placed the petition on his desk. The clerk looked at it. Looked at Harry. Looked at Andromeda, who looked back with perfect bland composure. He read the first page of the petition. His sandwich sat forgotten. This is a petition for emergency judicial review on behalf of Sirius Orain Black, he said, as though confirming it to himself. Correct, Andromeda said. Filed by Lord Harry James Potter under the provisions of, I know the provisions. He was still reading. He turned to the second page. His eyebrows had done something significant and appeared to be staying there. You're arguing that the original arrest and imprisonment was conducted without a veritaserum hearing, without formal arraignment, without presentation of evidence before the Wisengamot or any subsidiary court, and in direct violation of the Wizarding Judicial Equity Act of 1933, subsections 2, 4, and 7, Andromeda said, pleasantly, like she was giving a reading list. It's all in the document. He turned to the last page and looked at Harry's signature. His jaw was doing something. If I file this, he said slowly, it becomes part of the formal summer session agenda. That is how filing works, yes, Harry said. The minister's response to a formal petition is to address it in session or enter into formal record his reasons for declining to do so, Andromeda said. Both options are available to him. The clerk looked at the petition for another long moment. He was, Harry thought, a man trying to calculate something, the political cost of compliance against the legal consequences of non-compliance, and arriving at the same conclusion that most people arrived at when they did that calculation honestly. He stamped it 3 times, with 3 different stamps, each one heavier than the last, the clerk's mark, the session date, and the public record seal. The 3rd stamp glowed briefly gold. "Filed," he said, and he sounded like a man who had just stepped off a ledge and wasn't sure yet whether the ground was near or far. Summer Session Agenda, Item 6. "Thank you," Harry said. They walked back out through the ministry and into the evening air of London, warm and smelling of summer and the city, and Andromeda said, under her breath, "Lucius Malfoy is going to have a very unpleasant breakfast tomorrow." "Good," Harry said. "Now tell me about Nymphadora." Andromeda looked at him sideways. "Why?" "Because she's your daughter and you lit up slightly when Amelia mentioned her earlier and I'd like to know who's actually around me." He paused. "Also she's an Auror and I'd like to know which ones are trustworthy." Andromeda studied him for a moment with the particular assessment of a mother whose child has been mentioned and is deciding whether the mentioner is worth talking to. Then she said, "She goes by Tonks. If you call her Nymphadora she will do something uncomfortable to your shoelaces. She's 22, she's a metamorphmagus, she's brilliant at practical magic and catastrophic at walking in a straight line, and she is almost certainly one of the most fundamentally decent people you'll meet." A pause. "She also has opinions about this whole situation that I expect she's been keeping professional. You should ask her." "I will," Harry said. They operated back to the safe house, Andromeda with Harry's hand on her arm, which was not side-along as he'd experienced it with the Aurors but something smoother, more practiced. She'd clearly done this before, and arrived in the kitchen to find Amelia on her feet with a parchment in one hand and an expression that was doing its level best to be neutral and not quite succeeding. "What happened?" Harry said. "2 things," she said. "The first is that Lucius Malfoy's meeting with Fudge was completed 40 minutes ago and we have a source inside who says it lasted 18 minutes and Malfoy left looking." She checked the parchment, markedly displeased. "And the second?" Andromeda said. Amelia looked at Harry with the expression of someone delivering news that was simultaneously very good and slightly complicated. "Sirius Black sent a letter," she said. "To Gringotts. He's been in contact with them by long-distance arrangement. Don't ask me how, I'm still working that out. He received notification of your preliminary claim filing on the Black estate this afternoon." She held out the letter. Harry took it. The handwriting was different from James's, tighter, more controlled, the writing of someone who had learned to make small careful marks on limited paper. But it had a quality under the control, a pressure, like someone holding something contained. "Harry, I hear you've been busy. About time. Don't do anything reckless without me. I'm working on a way to, it's complicated. Moony is with me. We're safe. Keep going. Don't stop for anyone. P.P.S. The chateau in Provence has a very good wine cellar. You're welcome." Harry read it twice. He felt something in his chest that was warm and real and had been missing for months, the precise, irreplaceable sensation of knowing someone was out there specifically in his corner, not because of prophecy or gratitude or the greater good, but because they just were. "He's safe," Harry said. "Apparently," Amelia said. He folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Looked up at Amelia, at Andromeda, at the room that had become in the course of one very long day something that resembled, in its functional chaotic way, a base of operations. 11 days, he said. 11 days, Amelia confirmed. "Then we need to talk to Augusta Longbottom," Harry said. "She's one of the 4 solid Allied House votes and she's been waiting for something to consolidate around. We go to her tomorrow, we explain what we're doing, and we ask, not tell, ask, whether the House of Longbottom will be in session." He paused. "And I want to meet Susan Bones." Amelia's expression shifted. my niece? The précis lists your family's Wisengamot seat separately from the DMLE position. If you're going to be politically adjacent to me, Susan should know what that means. She's at Hogwarts with me. She should have the information. Amelia looked at him for a moment with that measuring gaze she'd had since the doorstep this morning, the gaze that was always recalibrating something. She's here in London for the summer, she said. I'll arrange it. Tomorrow, Harry said. After Augusta. You've planned tomorrow already. I've planned the next 11 days, Harry said. Broadly. I'll adjust as things change. He picked up his folder. Can someone show me where I'm sleeping? Hestia Jones, who had been leaning against the kitchen doorway for the last several minutes with the comfortable patience of an aura used to long operations, pointed upstairs without moving from her position. Harry went up. The room was small and clean, with a window that opened properly and looked out over the London rooftops going purple in the evening light, and a bed that was bigger than the one at the Dursleys, which was not a high bar but felt like luxury regardless. He sat on the edge of it and opened the letter from Sirius again and read it one more time in the fading light. Don't do anything reckless without me. He looked out over the rooftops. I won't, he said, to the evening, to the city, to the father-shaped space in his life that had a person in it after all. But I'm not stopping either. He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes, and for the first time since June, since the graveyard, since Cedric, since the beginning of a summer that had seemed destined to be another exercise in surviving by not being noticed, he fell asleep in less than 5 minutes. Chapter 3, Lords of the Old Blood. Augusta Longbottom opened her front door herself, which surprised Harry because he'd imagined a house like Longbottom Manor would have an elf or at least a butler. Instead she was simply there, in the doorway at 8 in the morning in full formal robes, not as though she'd dressed up for the occasion, but as though this was simply how she existed, with her vulture-topped hat and her sharp eyes and the bearing of a woman who had buried most of the people who'd ever underestimated her. She looked at Harry. Lord Potter, she said. Not a greeting exactly. More like a confirmation of something she'd been expecting. Lady Longbottom, Harry said. Thank you for seeing me. Amelia told me last night. She stepped back. Come in. Wipe your feet. The inside of Longbottom Manor was a place that had clearly been lived in by people who did not care much about appearances and cared enormously about competence. The walls had family portraits but also framed Wisengamot citation documents and what appeared to be a mounted collection of rare magical plant samples. The furniture was old and good and showed its use. There were books everywhere, not decoratively but the way books accumulated when someone actually read them, stacked on side tables, bristling with bookmarks, left open face down on chairs. Neville would have fit perfectly in this room, Harry realized. He'd never thought about that before. He'd always thought of Neville as vaguely separate from his grandmother, intimidated by her, shadowed by her, but the house itself was deeply Neville, if Neville had decades more confidence and considerably more political career behind him. Augusta led them to a sitting room where tea was already laid, 2 elves visible briefly in the kitchen beyond before the door closed. Amelia sat on Harry's left. Andromeda had offered to come but Harry had said no, not for this meeting, he wanted it to be small. He was beginning to understand the difference between meetings that required legal architecture and meetings that required something simpler. You want the Longbottom seat, Augusta said, before Harry had reached for his tea. I want to know if you're willing to use it, Harry said. There's a difference. She looked at him across the tea service. Explain the difference. I'm not collecting proxy votes, Harry said. I have enough of those coming through the inheritance structure without asking for more. What I need to know is whether the House of Longbottom will show up in 11 days and vote its conscience, because its conscience has been absent from the Wisengamot for long enough that Malfoy has essentially been operating without a counterweight. He paused. I think you know that. I've known it for years, Augusta said evenly. What I have not had is a reason to believe the counterweight would hold. She set down her cup. You are 15, Lord Potter. Yes, Harry said. You have been in the public eye since before you could walk, you have survived 4 increasingly improbable situations, and you are apparently now in possession of enough Wizengamot influence to significantly alter the current political balance. She tilted her head. Tell me why any of that means I should trust your judgment. Harry thought about the easy answers, the Voldemort card, the inheritance structure, the legal scaffolding that Andromeda had built. He thought about all the things that would sound impressive and would not, in this room, with this woman, actually mean anything. Neville stopped Voldemort's snake last year, he said. Augusta went very still. He was scared out of his mind and he did it anyway. Nobody told him to. Nobody gave him a strategy or a legal argument. He just saw what needed doing and he did it. Harry looked at her steadily. He's been doing that for 4 years while people told him he wasn't good enough, and you've been in this house watching and you know what he actually is. He paused. I'm telling you what I'm going to do and asking whether the House of Longbottom wants to be part of it. Not because you owe me anything. Because Neville deserves a world that's worth what he put into saving it. The room was quiet for a moment. Augusta looked at him with eyes that were evaluating something specific and doing it very thoroughly. Then she picked up her tea again. Frank and Alice were good people, she said, quietly, and her voice had a different quality now, the quality of something kept very carefully contained. They believed in doing the right thing even when it was professionally inadvisable, which is what got them. She stopped. Started again. I have been cautious because caution has kept Neville alive. But you are correct that caution has also allowed certain situations to persist beyond what is acceptable. She looked at Harry directly. The House of Longbottom will attend the summer session. I will coordinate with your people on the agenda. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me, she said, a touch of asperity back in her voice, the default setting returning. Tell me your plan for the Sirius Black petition, because I have opinions about that. Tell me your opinions, Harry said, and he meant it, and she saw that he meant it, and the meeting shifted into something collaborative and productive that lasted another 2 hours and covered 3 cups of tea and the complete political landscape of the current Wizengamot, which Augusta described with the comprehensive accuracy of someone who had been watching it professionally for 40 years. When they left, Amelia was quiet until they'd reached the apparition point at the end of the Longbottom Drive, and then she said, the comment about Neville. Yes? That was well done. It was true, Harry said. Yes, she said. That's why. Susan Bones was not what Harry expected, and he wasn't quite sure what he'd expected, which made the mismatch interesting. He'd known Susan peripherally for 4 years. She was Hufflepuff, she was quiet, she had Hannah Abbott as her best friend and she sat in the middle rows in herbology and she had never, to his recollection, done anything that had drawn his particular attention. Which, he thought now, probably said more about how little attention he'd been paying than about Susan. She was 17, a year older than Harry, which he hadn't known, with warm brown skin and her aunt's square jaw softened into something that was more curious than assessing, and she was sitting in the safe house kitchen when they got back from Augusta's with a mug of tea and a copy of Advanced Theory of Magical Law that she'd apparently been reading while she waited, which said something about her. She looked up when Harry came in and went through something similar to what the Wizengamot clerk had done, recognition, recalibration, but faster, and without the panic. Harry Potter, she said. It was not the tone people usually said his name with. It was more neutral than that, almost amused. You've had quite a morning. And yesterday, Harry said. He sat down across from her. Did Amelia explain why I wanted to meet? She said you wanted to know who was around you. She wrapped both hands around her mug. She also said you were going to be at Hogwarts in September and that you thought I deserved information since I'm adjacent to whatever this is. She looked at him. So, what is this, exactly? Harry told her. Not the full legal architecture. He was already finding that the full legal architecture caused people's eyes to glaze over, which was not useful, but the essential shape. Voldemort is back. The Ministry is pretending he's not. There are people in the Wisengamot who know he's not and are staying quiet because they've calculated that staying quiet is safer than speaking. The lordship and the seats give him a way to force the question into the open where it can't be quietly suffocated. Susan listened the way her aunt listened, without interrupting, without performing reaction, actually taking it in. "And you're doing this now," she said. "At 15. I'm doing it now because Cedric Diggory died and Voldemort is actively recruiting, and every day the Ministry spends on damage control is a day someone else doesn't have." He looked at her directly. "I'm not being brave. I'm being practical." "That's exactly what a brave person would say," she said, and the corner of her mouth moved. "Fair," he conceded. She turned her mug in her hands. "You know I'm in your house block at Hogwarts. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor share classes." "I know. And you know the Bones family seat is different from my aunt's ministry position. Separate institution." Ragnarok explained it. "The seat votes independently, it doesn't follow the DMLE's politics. It votes with whoever the family head determines," she said. "My aunt holds it. She'll vote how she votes." She met his eyes. "But what you're asking me, I think, is whether I'll tell you what I see. At Hogwarts. Among the students, among the professors. Whether I'll be honest with you, since we're going to be in proximity." "Yes," Harry said. "That's what I'm asking." She was quiet for a moment. Not hesitating, he thought, deciding. There was a difference. "Hannah thinks you're going to get yourself killed," she said. "Hannah might be right. I told her I thought you were going to be absolutely furious and extremely difficult to kill." She set her mug down. "I think I was closer." Harry looked at her. She looked back with those calm, assessing eyes that were very much her aunt's except warmer, and there was a quality to this conversation that was different from the legal meetings and the political strategy and the weight of all the forms he'd signed. It was just two people in a kitchen being honest with each other, and it felt enormously normal. "All right," Harry said. "Tell me something I don't know. About Hogwarts, about Hufflepuff, about whatever you think I've missed." She looked faintly surprised. "You want my intelligence report?" "I want your perspective," he said. "Which is a different thing." She leaned back in her chair and started talking, and he listened, and outside the London morning went on without caring, and somewhere in Diagon Alley Lucius Malfoy was presumably having the unpleasant breakfast Andromeda had predicted. He was. Harry didn't see it happen. This was reported back to him later by Andromeda's source, who was someone in the Leaky Cauldron's private dining room that morning, positioned at a table close enough to hear the conversation between Malfoy and the three allied house representatives he'd summoned, but the account was detailed enough that Harry could construct it. Malfoy arrived at 7:30, which spoke to urgency. He was impeccable, as always, silver blonde hair, walking stick, robes that were worth more than most people's annual salaries. He was also, the source noted, slightly more controlled than usual, which was the tell. Lucius Malfoy at full ease had a kind of elaborate looseness about him, the performance of someone who had nothing to worry about. Slightly too controlled meant he'd been thinking since last night and hadn't fully resolved what he'd found. The three representatives, Lord Crabbe, Lord Goyle, and a witch named Selina Knott who held the Knott proxy, arrived in sequence and sat. Malfoy told them about the Potter Lordship activation. He told them about the Sirius Black petition filing. He told them about the Allied House claims. Then he told them what he expected from them, which was their continued proxy assignments and their coordinated absence from Amelia Bones's corner of this affair. Lord Crabbe asked, slowly, because that was how he did things, what would happen if Potter's claims held up in session. Malfoy said, smoothly, that they wouldn't. Lord Goyle asked how sure he was. Malfoy said he was very sure, and his jaw had been tight when he said it. Selina Knott said nothing. She was looking at the table. She had, the source noted, been looking at the table since the Sirius petition was mentioned, and she did not look up again for the rest of the meeting. Harry learned about Selina not the following morning, via Andromeda's report over breakfast. "The Knot proxy," he said, when Andromeda finished. "Selina Knot. Widowed, Theodore Knott's mother, I believe you know the son. She's been voting under Malfoy's guidance since her husband was imprisoned after the First War." Andromeda paused. She looked at the table when the Black petition came up. Because Black's imprisonment and her husband's were parallel situations, Harry said. Andromeda looked at him over her spectacles. "That is exactly the connection. Her husband was tried properly?" Harry said. "He was. He gave testimony, he claimed imperious, he was assessed and released. It was, not a perfect proceeding, but it was a proceeding." She set her parchment down. Sirius Black had nothing. Harry thought about that. He thought about a woman who had watched her own husband navigate the system, imperfectly, and emerge. Who had been voting under the influence of the same man whose political allies had been the ones her husband served. Who had looked at a table when the name Sirius Black came up. "I want to write to her," Harry said. "Amelia," from across the room, "Harry, not strategically," he said. "Not politically. I want to write to her as one person to another. Tell her what I know about Sirius. Tell her it wasn't the same as her husband's case and let her think about why." Amelia and Andromeda exchanged a glance. "It could alienate Malfoy's block entirely," Andromeda said. "If he finds out you're reaching out to his people directly, he's going to try to stop the petition regardless," Harry said. "I'd rather have her thinking than not." "And if she tells Malfoy about the letter?" "Then Malfoy knows I'm willing to talk to people outside his coalition." Harry picked up his tea. "That's not a bad thing for him to know." Another look between Andromeda and Amelia. Then Andromeda said, "I'll draft something for your review." "I'll draft it," Harry said. "You review it." She looked at him for a moment. "All right," she said, and there was something in her voice that was not quite surprise and not quite approval and landed somewhere between them that felt like respect. 3 days passed. They were 3 days of careful, fast movement, letters, meetings, documents, the kind of political groundwork that was unglamorous and essential and would have bored Harry to extinction 2 months ago and now felt like the most important thing he'd ever done. He wrote to Selina Knott. He wrote to 2 other allied House representatives who Andromeda flagged as potentially movable. He read 3 years of Wisengamot session records that Amelia pulled from the Ministry archives and began to understand, in granular detail, exactly how Fudge had been managing the chamber. He spent an evening with Arthur Weasley, who had come to London on his own, telling Molly he was working late, which Harry felt slightly guilty about, going through the informal political customs of the Wisengamot, the unwritten rules and the recognized gestures, the way the chamber actually worked as opposed to how it was supposed to work. Arthur had been thrilled, in his particular Arthur way, by everything. Not the politics, Arthur had no love for politics, but by the fact of Harry stepping into it. "Your father would have been magnificent at this," he'd said, and then looked briefly stricken, and Harry had said, "Don't apologize, I like hearing it," and Arthur had smiled and gone on. Susan came back on the second day. She didn't announce it, she simply appeared in the kitchen around 9 in the morning with Hannah Abbott in tow, which had not been discussed, and looked at Harry with an expression that dared him to object. Harry did not object. Hannah Abbott was small and blonde and had clearly been thoroughly briefed by Susan on the way over, because she sat down at the kitchen table with the look of someone who had decided to be useful and was working out the practical details. Within 20 minutes she was helping Andromeda cross-reference Wisengamot voting records with property tax filings, something to do with identifying which allied houses were in financial difficulty and therefore potentially in Malfoy's debt, with a focused competence that Harry thought Hermione would have both appreciated and competed with. "She's good," Harry said quietly to Susan. "She's excellent," Susan said, with the complete confidence of someone who had known a person for 7 years and was past being surprised by them. She just never had a reason to apply it this way before. "Now she does," Harry said. Susan looked at him. Yes, she said. Now she does. On the fourth day, Dumbledore came again. Harry received him in the small sitting room, alone, which was his choice. Amelia had offered to stay and he'd said no. Dumbledore arrived on time, which was either courtesy or a statement, and sat in the chair that had become, in Harry's mind, his chair, the one with the loose armrest. The Order is aware of the Wizengamot petition, Dumbledore said. I assumed they would be, Harry said. How's Moody taking it? Alastor is, characteristically ambivalent. He approves of the action and disapproves of the exposure. A brief something in Dumbledore's eyes. He says you've developed paranoia. He means it as a compliment. Good. Harry looked at him. Are you here to warn me about something specific? Lucius Malfoy filed a counter-petition this morning, Dumbledore said. Challenging the validity of the Gringotts designation on the Black estate on grounds that Sirius Black's status as a convicted criminal forfeits his right to make hereditary designations. He paused. It is an argument that has a precedent, in 1847. Harry felt something cold and quick in his chest and pushed past it. Does it hold? The 1847 precedent applies to property bequests made during imprisonment, Dumbledore said. The Black designation was made in 1979, 2 years before Sirius was imprisoned. The applicability is questionable. Andromeda will tell you the same. But it creates a procedural question that the clerk's office will have to adjudicate before the session. Which costs time, and requires resources, and generates uncertainty. He looked at Harry steadily. Lucius does not expect to win this argument. He expects it to slow you down. I know, Harry said. I've been expecting something like this. Dumbledore tilted his head slightly. You have. He can't stop the petition once it's filed. He can't unactivate the lordship. What he can do is make the legal environment complicated enough that I'm spending energy on defense instead of offense. Harry met his eyes. What does he actually want? Not the petition counter. The real objective. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, and Harry had the sense, the first real sense, in all his years of knowing this man, that Dumbledore was not deciding how much to share. He was simply thinking. Lucius's primary interest is the continued incapacitation of any coherent political opposition in the Wizengamot, Dumbledore said at last. Not for Voldemort's sake. His relationship with Voldemort is transactional, always has been. For his own sake. He has spent 15 years building a position of quiet dominance in that chamber, and he does not want it destabilized. A pause. His secondary interest is ensuring that when Voldemort does move, and Lucius knows, as well as we do, that it is a matter of when, he is positioned to emerge on the right side regardless of the outcome. Harry looked at him. He's hedging. Lucius Malfoy has been hedging since 1979, Dumbledore said. He is very good at it. Then the way to unsettle him, Harry said slowly, is to remove the hedge. Make it impossible to be neutral. Force a public position. Dumbledore looked at him with those eyes that were doing their recalibrating thing again, the thing Harry was beginning to identify as Dumbledore being genuinely surprised and trying not to show it completely. That is precisely the most effective approach, yes, Dumbledore said. And it is also the most dangerous one. Everything worth doing is, Harry said. Can Andromeda answer the counter-petition before the session? Yes. She's already drafted a response. Then let's talk about something more useful. Harry leaned forward. The Horcruxes. You said you'd confirmed one. Tell me about it. What Dumbledore told him took an hour, and by the end Harry's jaw hurt from keeping his expression even, because some of what Dumbledore described was the most disturbing information he had ever received and it required every bit of the control he'd been quietly developing all summer to receive it without letting it knock him sideways. A sole fragment in a diary, destroyed second year. Confirmed. A ring, Gaunt family ring, identified from dark artifact intelligence, that Dumbledore had located in the remnants of the Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton. Not yet retrieved. The locket of Slytherin, known to have existed, location unknown. A cup of Helga Hufflepuff's, suspected. Something of Ravenclaw's, unknown. And, here Dumbledore had paused for a long time, potentially something else, something that Dumbledore was not yet ready to name, that had to do with the nature of the curse that had killed Harry's parents and why it had rebounded. Harry sat with that last part and filed it in the part of his mind where he kept things that needed to be thought about later, properly, without the pressure of other things. "The ring," he said. "If I told you I could help locate it, Harry, I've been in the Gaunt shack," Harry said. "In the pensive. Second year, with you. I know what it looks like. And I have," he paused, "organizing this, access to resources now that we didn't have before. Gringotts can identify dark artifact signatures if given the right parameters." Dumbledore looked at him very carefully. "The ring is protected by a curse. A lethal one. Do not go near it without me." "I'm not planning to," Harry said. "But Gringotts can help us find it. If you tell them what you're looking for, they have detection methods that go back centuries. They don't publicize this because it's expensive and it's not their job, but it is a service they provide." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "Ragnarok will deal with me. I can ask." The silence that followed was interesting. It was the silence of a very old wizard encountering a genuinely new idea and turning it over. "Ask," Dumbledore said. "Carefully." "Always," Harry said, which was not quite true, and Dumbledore's mouth curved very slightly. 7 days before the session. Selina Knott wrote back. The letter was short, 2 paragraphs, careful, with the handwriting of someone who had been thinking hard about each word, but what it said was this: she had read Harry's letter. She had also read the petition. She was not in a position to commit to anything publicly, but she would like to understand the full circumstances of the Black imprisonment before the session, and she understood that Lord Potter might be in a position to provide relevant documentation. Harry wrote back the same afternoon. He enclosed a copy of the petition's evidential annex, which Andromeda had put together with the precision of a master craftsman, every procedural violation documented, every statute cited, every gap in the arrest and imprisonment record laid out with the clear brutal logic of someone who had been angry about it for a long time and had channeled the anger into paperwork. He also wrote, at the end of his own personal note to Selina Knott, one line that was not legal and not political and was entirely his own: he spent 12 years in Azkaban for something he didn't do. Whatever else is complicated, that part isn't. 3 days later, she wrote again. This time the letter was 4 paragraphs. The last one said that she would be attending the summer session independently, not under proxy arrangement. Andromeda read that paragraph 3 times. Then she looked at Harry and said, very quietly, "Lucius is going to know where that came from." "Yes," Harry said. "He's going to be furious." "Good." Harry folded the letter. A furious Malfoy makes mistakes. A calm one just makes moves you don't see until later. Andromeda looked at him. "How old are you?" 15. She said, in a tone that contained an entire essay's worth of what she was declining to say aloud. 5 days before the session, Harry formally claimed the Potter lordship in a small ceremony at Gringotts that required his physical presence, 2 witnesses, Amelia and Andromeda, and a blood oath on the Potter signet ring, which Ragnarok produced from the vault where it had been kept since 1981 and placed on the table with the care of someone returning something important. The ring was gold set with a garnet and carved with the Potter stag. Harry put it on his right hand and felt the oath settle into him like the last tumbler of a lock clicking into place, not painful, not dramatic, just a deep, structural rightness. He sat for a moment and looked at it. "Your father wore it at 17, Ragnarok said, without being asked. He wore it every day until the day he died." Harry looked at the ring. "At the stag." "Thank you," he said. Then, because they were already there and the documents were already prepared, Harry formally initiated the contested claim on the Black Lordship, different from the Potter claim, because the counterpetition was still being adjudicated, but the initiation put him formally in the queue regardless of the counterpetition's outcome, which Andromeda had explained was strategically essential. It was, she said, like marking territory in the legal landscape. Ragnarok seemed pleased with all of it in the deep, patient way of an entity that had been managing other people's inheritances for centuries and appreciated competence in the heirs it dealt with. As they were leaving, Harry stopped and turned back. "Ragnarok," he said. "I need to ask about a detection service. Dark artifact identification, location services, for something very specific." Ragnarok folded his hands on the table. "Describe what you are looking for." Harry described it. "The ring. The Gaunt family. The approximate location in Little Hangleton. The suspected nature of the curse attached to it." Ragnarok listened to all of it without expression, and when Harry finished there was a silence that stretched exactly long enough to indicate that the goblin was taking the request seriously. "This is not a standard service," Ragnarok said. "It is also not impossible. There would be a cost." "Of course," Harry said. "What kind?" "Not gold," Ragnarok said, which was interesting. "There is a piece of pre-ministry legislation, the Goblin Fair Conduct Treaty of 1752, that has been in breach by the current ministry administration for 63 years. I would want formal acknowledgement from a sitting Wisengamot lord that the breach exists and a commitment to raise it in the chamber." Harry looked at him. He thought about what Hermione would say about goblin rights, and thought Hermione would probably say something sharp and correct on the matter. "Done," Harry said. "I'll raise it in the summer session." Ragnarok nodded. It was a decisive nod, the kind that meant something. "We will locate your object," he said. "We will not retrieve it, the curse is ours to identify, not to remove, and we would not approach it regardless. But we will give you coordinates and a full artifact assessment within 72 hours. Harry put out his hand. Ragnarok looked at it for a moment. Goblins didn't typically shake hands, this was something he'd learned from Hermione's books, and then took it. One firm shake. "Good doing business with you," Harry said. "With you?" Ragnarok said, and it sounded like he meant it, which was probably the most remarkable thing that had happened all week, and it had been a deeply remarkable week. 4 days before the session, Tonks arrived. She arrived, specifically, by tripping over the safe house's front step, catching herself on the doorframe, and entering the kitchen with the easy lack of embarrassment of someone who had been doing this her entire life and had made peace with it. She was, and Harry processed this in rapid succession, currently sporting bright pink hair, a grin that took up considerable real estate on her face, and aura robes that had seen better days. She was also, he registered, looking at him with frank curiosity rather than any of the reverence or awkwardness that people his age usually brought. "You're shorter than I expected," she said. "You're more pink," he said. She grinned wider. "Mum says I should brief you on internal ministry politics. Specifically about which auras are fudges and which aren't." She sat down at the kitchen table without being invited, which felt perfectly natural. "Also she says you're sensible, and that's very high praise from my mother, so congratulations." "I liked her," Harry said. "She liked you back." "She doesn't do that with everyone." Tonks poured herself tea from the pot that was perpetually on in this house, because Harry had found that political operations ran on tea. "All right. Here's the ministry situation." She briefed him for 45 minutes, and she was good at it, quick, precise, with the ability to distinguish between what was her opinion and what was fact, which was a skill Harry had found was genuinely rare. She identified 7 auras she would trust with her life, for she'd trust with a minor case and not much else, and 3 she'd recommend keeping out of the building entirely if you could manage it. She also told him that the internal mood in the DMLE regarding the Potter Lordship activation was complicated. "Most of the senior auras know what the Dursley situation was," she said. "Not details, but enough. Price filed a medical report with the department, standard protocol for a wardship intervention, and it circulated. She looked at him steadily, checking whether this was all right to say. He nodded. The general feeling is, she paused, choosing words, that several people who should have looked into it didn't, and that several people who are now very loudly supportive of you were very quiet for a very long time. I know, Harry said. It doesn't bother you? It bothers me, he said. But being bothered is different from being paralyzed by it. I can be bothered and still use the support, because the support is useful. He looked at her. Does that sound cold? It sounds pragmatic, she said. Which I think is where you've ended up after a summer of crises. She tilted her head, studying him with the particular curiosity of someone whose actual face was something she chose every morning. Are you all right? Actually. Harry thought about all the ways to answer that. He thought about the honest, complete answer and the simple version of it. I'm better than I was a week ago, he said. Which is true and also doesn't fully cover it. Fair enough, she said, and didn't push, which he appreciated more than the follow-up question would have deserved. 3 days before the session, the Gringotts location report arrived. It was delivered by a goblin courier directly to the safe house, sealed with a Gringotts cipher that only Harry's blood could open, and inside was a one-page document with coordinates, an artifact description, and a curse assessment that made Amelia go very quiet when she read it over Harry's shoulder. Fiend fire containment curse, she said. Keyed to the Gaunt bloodline. Dumbledore can neutralize it, Harry said. Dumbledore will have to be extremely careful, she said. Harry wrote to Dumbledore immediately. The letter was short, Gringotts found it. Coordinates attached. The curse is a fiendfire containment keyed to Gaunt blood. I know you said don't go without you. I haven't. But we should go soon. He added, I'm coming with you. The reply came within 20 minutes, which was faster than Dumbledore's owl usually managed, which meant the headmaster had been waiting. Yes, it said. 2 days before the session. You are coming with me, and you will do exactly as I say when I say it, and if I tell you to leave, you will leave. Agreed? Harry wrote back, agreed. With one caveat, if you're hurt, I don't leave. Dumbledore's second reply took a little longer. Agreed. Harry folded both letters and put them with Sirius's, in the pocket of his robes where he kept the things that mattered. 2 days before the session, the morning of the Gaunt shack, Susan came to the safe house early, before Harry had finished his breakfast, and sat down across from him and said, without preamble, I've been thinking about what you said. About doing this because it's practical. Yes? Harry said. I think that's only half true, she said. He looked at her. Go on. You're doing it because it's right, she said. The practical argument is real, but it's not the reason. She met his eyes. You're furious. On behalf of everyone who got put somewhere they shouldn't have been, Sirius, Neville's parents, Cedric, she stopped. Her voice had changed at Cedric, gone softer. She'd known him. She was Hufflepuff. Yes, Harry said quietly. I just wanted to say, she paused. Started again. I wanted to say that matters. That it's not weakness, doing it for that reason. My aunt does everything for reasons like that. She looks very calm but she's furious all the time. It's where the competence comes from. Harry looked at her across the table. The morning light was coming through the window and London was going about its business outside, and in here it was just this, 2 people eating breakfast and being honest with each other. Thank you, he said. She nodded, matter of fact, and helped herself to his toast because hers had gone cold. An hour later, Harry went to the Gaunt shack with Dumbledore, and the things that happened there, the darkness and the ruin and the terrible beauty of watching one of the oldest and most powerful wizards in the world work with careful, focused precision to unravel something that should not have existed, were things that changed the shape of everything that came after. He stood in the door of the ruined shack and watched and did not leave, even when the curse cracked the air like thunder and Dumbledore's hands shook, and when it was done Dumbledore stood in the silence holding a ring with a cracked stone and looked at Harry across the dim room. "Well done," Dumbledore said, and he was not talking about the ring. "You did the work," Harry said. "You brought me here," Dumbledore said. "That was the work." They operated back to London in the late afternoon, and the sky was golden over the rooftops, and one day remained before the Wisengamot session that was going to change everything. Harry spent it sleeping, and reading, and writing a letter to Sirius that said only, "Tomorrow. Watch if you can. H." He didn't know how to address it. He wrote P on the envelope and trusted the magic of it to find its way, and Hedwig took it without complaint, which meant she trusted it too. He lay in the dark and thought about the ring and the session and Cedric's face in the graveyard and 17 Wisengamot seats and a stone vault full of gold that should have been his for 14 years, and he let himself feel all of it, the grief and the anger and the strange, particular exhilaration of having finally stopped asking permission to exist. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow. Chapter 4. The Chamber Speaks. The Wisengamot chamber was older than most of the people who sat in it understood. Harry knew this because Andromeda had told him, very specifically, the night before, that the stone of the walls predated the ministry building that had grown up around it like a city around a cathedral, that the chairs with their purple cushions had been replaced 6 times but the tiered stone itself had been here since before the Statute of Secrecy, since before Muggle London had any particular idea what sat beneath its streets. He thought about that as he stood in the anteroom and let Andromeda adjust the formal robes she'd acquired for him, midnight blue with silver trim at the cuffs, the Potter crest embroidered small and precise on the left breast. Not showy. Intentional. "Stop moving," Andromeda said. "I'm not moving." "You're thinking loudly. It translates." She smoothed a crease at his shoulder. The chamber seats 232. Today's session has a quorum of 187. That's significant, quorum is usually around 150. "Because of the petition," Harry said. "Because of you," she said, matter-of-factly. "People want to see what happens." She stepped back and looked at him with the critical efficiency of someone checking whether a weapon was properly assembled. "All right. 3 things to remember. Tell me. 1. You have the right to speak from the floor at any point during open session. Exercise it when it matters, not when it's satisfying. There's a difference." She held up 2 fingers. 2. Malfoy will try to speak across you. He does it to everyone. Don't wait for him to finish, don't raise your voice, don't react to the content. Just keep talking. 3 fingers. 3. Fudge controls the speaker's staff. He can technically call a session close. If he tries to do it before the petition is heard, which would be procedurally illegal but he may attempt it regardless, I object immediately, on record, citing, Wizarding Judicial Equity Act, Section 9. Petitions formally entered onto the session agenda cannot be deferred by executive order. She looked at him. "You've been doing the reading." "I've been doing the reading," Harry confirmed. She made a small sound that was the Andromeda Tonk's equivalent of high praise, and opened the anteroom door. The chamber was already half full when Harry walked in, which meant he'd timed his entrance right, not the first, which would have looked anxious, not the last, which would have looked theatrical. He came in with Amelia on his left and the steady quiet of someone who had somewhere to be. The noise dropped. Not all the way, there were 200 people in this room and they didn't all notice simultaneously, but in a ripple, the way sound behaved in theaters when someone walked on stage before the curtain rose. Harry felt it without looking around for it, the same way he felt the adjustment of the air on a Quidditch pitch. He walked to the Potter seat, 3rd row, left-facing block, empty and waiting, and sat down. The chair was not comfortable. It was very old and very upright and had the feel of something that expected you to be present in it rather than relaxed. He looked straight ahead. Augusta Longbottom was 3 seats to his right, in formal robes he didn't think he'd ever seen a matching set of until today, the full regalia of an ancient house. She met his eyes and gave him a single nod, small and precise. He nodded back. Amelia was in the DMLE executive section, above and to the left, where the ministry department sat as observers with limited speaking rights. She was reviewing documents with complete apparent absorption, which was exactly what she'd said she'd be doing. He found Malfoy without looking for him. The man was in the 5th row of the opposing block, positioned with the casual confidence of someone who owned the room so thoroughly that he didn't need to perform it. He was talking to 2 people Harry didn't recognize, and his posture was perfect, and his face was pleasant, and his eyes, when they moved to Harry for exactly 2 seconds, were cold and completely focused. Harry held the look for both seconds, then looked away first. Not because he was backing down. Because there was nothing to read there yet, and staring at Lucius Malfoy wasn't going to tell him anything he didn't already know. Cornelius Fudge entered from the elevated minister's box at the far end of the chamber, flanked by 2 senior undersecretary witches, wearing formal robes that were almost the same plumb as his usual ones but with additional gold trim that indicated session authority. He carried the speaker's staff, a long polished thing topped with the ministry seal in gold. He looked, Harry thought, like a man who had dressed for a battle he expected to control and was already finding the terrain subtly wrong. His eyes swept the chamber. They found Harry. They moved away very quickly. Fudge sat. Struck the speaker's staff twice on the stone floor. The remaining conversation in the chamber died. "I call the summer session of the Wisengamot to order," he said. His voice was steady. He was a politician and he knew how to project stability he didn't feel. "We have 6 items on today's agenda. Auror Deployment Supplemental Budget, Review of the International Magical Trade Agreement Amendments, the Hogwarts School Board, Point of Order," Harry said. His voice was level and clear, pitched to carry without effort, and it carried. He felt the chamber notice it the way the chamber had been noticing everything since he walked in, not with surprise exactly, but with the attention of a room that had been waiting for a specific thing to happen and was now watching it happen. Fudge's jaw tightened. "The session has only just, the agenda order is at the minister's discretion for items 1 through 5, Harry said. Item 6, the formally entered petition for emergency judicial review, cannot be deferred to end of session under Section 9 of the Wizarding Judicial Equity Act. It must be heard before any business that creates a procedural closing condition." He paused. "I'm raising it now so we're clear, rather than at the end of a 4-hour session when everyone wants to go home." A murmur ran through the chamber. Not hostile, more like an audience that had just seen a first move and was revising its predictions. Fudge looked at him with the expression of a man who had done his own legal prep and knew, precisely, that Harry was correct. "Lord Potter," he said, and the title had a quality in his mouth, like something he'd bitten into without expecting the texture. "The session order is the minister's, I just cited the statute," Harry said pleasantly. "The clerk's office can confirm. Would you like me to wait while they do?" The clerk was sitting at his recording desk to the side of the chamber, and he was very carefully not making eye contact with Fudge, which was itself a kind of answer. Fudge struck the staff once. "The petition will be addressed as the second item of business," he said, in the tone of a man making a concession that cost him something. "Following the Auror deployment budget, which is time-sensitive." Harry nodded. That was acceptable, and he'd expected exactly this level of initial resistance. The budget item would take 20 minutes. It was not the fight. He settled into his chair and waited. The Auror budget item took 23 minutes and was the most instructive 23 minutes Harry had spent in a room, because he wasn't listening to the substance, he was watching the chamber. Who looked at Fudge when they spoke? Who looked at Malfoy? Who looked at each other, checking alignment? Who looked at Harry? Augusta Longbottom looked at no one during the budget vote. She simply voted, with the air of someone who had read the documents and made up her mind and didn't need anyone's guidance. Amelia, from her observer's box, was doing the same thing Harry was, watching the room. Their eyes met once, briefly, and she gave him nothing visible, which was information in itself, not yet, nothing unexpected yet. Selina Knott was 3 rows behind Malfoy and had not looked at him once since entering the chamber. She was reading the agenda document in her lap with the focused attention of someone using it as cover. Lord Crabbe and Lord Goyle had voted in mechanical lockstep with Malfoy on the budget, as they had for years, and looked neither comfortable nor uncomfortable about it, which told Harry they didn't think about it enough to feel either. When Fudge called the vote closed and moved to item 2, Harry felt the temperature in the room change. Not dramatically. But the chamber had been waiting for this since before most of the members had arrived, and now it was here, and everyone's posture shifted slightly. Item 2, Fudge said. The petition for emergency judicial review filed by, he paused over the name, just slightly, Lord Harry Potter, in the matter of the imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black. He set the staff down on its rest and folded his hands. I want to note for the record, I'd like to present the petition, Harry said. The minister typically introduces, the petitioner has the right to present their own filing, Harry said. Section 4, Same Act. He stood up. I'll be brief. There was a moment, a genuine moment, the kind where a room makes a decision collectively. Fudge could have pressed it. He looked at the chamber, and the chamber looked back, and he made the correct calculation. Pressing a procedural point against the petitioner's right to speak would look worse than conceding it. He picked up the staff. The petitioner has the floor. Harry stood in the Potter's seat and looked out at the chamber. 200 people, most of them older than him by decades. Most of them had opinions about him that predated anything he'd actually done. Some of them were here because they were curious. Some were here because they'd been told to be. Some were here because they were still trying to work out which way this was going to go and wanted to watch the wind before they set their sails. He thought about what Andromeda had said, when it matters, not when it's satisfying. Sirius Black was arrested on the 1st of November, 1981, he said. He was taken to Azkaban on the 2nd. In between those 2 dates, he was not arraigned, not presented before any court or judicial body, not offered a veritaserum hearing, and not given any opportunity to speak in his own defense. He let that sit for a moment. Not dramatically, just long enough for the factual weight of it to register. He has been in Azkaban for 13 years. The legal basis for his imprisonment is an Auror arrest report and a witness account of 12 muggles who heard an explosion and saw him laughing. No trial. No record. No review. The chamber was very quiet. The petition asks a simple question, Harry said. Not whether Sirius Black is guilty. Not whether the circumstances were complicated, or the times were difficult, or whether someone made a judgment call that seemed reasonable in the moment. The petition asks whether the Wisengamot is willing to acknowledge that a man was imprisoned for over a decade without being given the rights that this chamber's own founding charter guarantees to every witch and wizard in Britain. He looked at Fudge. That's all it asks. The answer is either yes or no. He sat down. The murmur that went through the chamber this time was different from the first one. Lower. More spread out. It had the quality of people talking to the person beside them rather than reacting to the room, which was the kind of murmur that preceded a shift. Fudge leaned forward. The ministry's position is that the Black arrest was conducted under wartime emergency protocols that, wartime emergency protocols expired in 1983, Augusta Longbottom said, from her seat, with the flat certainty of someone who had been sitting in this chamber for 30 years and had read every protocol it had ever passed. The session of March 9, 1983, formally ended all emergency wartime legal suspensions. Any prisoner held under those protocols who had not been formally tried was entitled to review at that point. She paused. I raised this in the 83 session myself. I was told the prisoner in question had been assessed and the holding was appropriate. I have since learned that no such assessment occurred. Fudge opened his mouth. Lord Malfoy, said someone from the opposing bloc, not Malfoy himself, one of the representatives near him, which meant it was coordinated, wishes to raise a point regarding the validity of the petitioner's standing. Harry looked at Malfoy. Malfoy stood, smooth and unhurried, with the ease of a man who had stood in this chamber so many times that it had stopped feeling like standing and started feeling like simply being taller. The question of Lord Potter's standing to file this petition depends on his relationship to the prisoner in question, Malfoy said. His voice was good, measured, reasonable, the voice of someone making an argument in good faith. That relationship rests on the Gringotts designation filed by the prisoner in 1979, which is currently the subject of a counter-petition challenging its validity. He looked at Harry with something that was not quite condescension because he was too clever for that. It was closer to the expression of a chess player acknowledging a move before removing the piece. The chamber may wish to consider whether it's procedurally appropriate to hear a petition whose foundation is itself in dispute. Harry looked at him for a moment. My standing to file this petition, Harry said, not standing up, speaking from his seat which he knew was slightly unconventional and had therefore chosen because unconventional was less easy to interrupt, doesn't rest only on the Gringotts designation. It rests on the Potter lordship, which is uncontested, under which I have the right to petition for judicial review on behalf of any witch or wizard improperly deprived of their rights. He paused. Lord Malfoy is correct that the designation is under counter-petition. He's incorrect that this affects the petition's validity. I'd suggest he reread the precedent he cited, specifically the 1847 Whitmore case, which he's misapplied. That case concerned bequests made during imprisonment, not designations made 2 years prior. Something crossed Malfoy's face. It was brief and controlled and it was definitely something. The legal standing question, Andromeda's voice came from the public gallery. She had no floor rights but the gallery was within earshot and she had exceptional projection, was formally assessed by the Gringotts Senior Council before the petition was filed. A copy of their assessment is in the annex, page 11. Fudge's senior undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge, pink-robed, toad-faced, with a smile that never once reached her eyes, leaned over to murmur something to Fudge. He listened, nodded, and said, "We'll take a 15-minute recess." "We don't need a recess," Harry said. "The standing question is answered in the document. If the chamber wants to vote on whether to hear the petition, I'm comfortable with that." Fudge looked at him. Umbridge looked at him, with a particular quality in her gaze that Harry filed for later. There was something in her look beyond political opposition, something personal and proprietary that he didn't entirely understand yet but was fairly sure he didn't like. "The chamber will vote on whether to formally receive the petition," Fudge said. He was recalibrating, Harry recognized. Trying to find ground. All in favor. The vote was not close. Harry counted without being obvious about it. The petition received 112 favorable votes from 187 present. He'd expected somewhere between 90 and 100. 112 meant people who had been undecided had broken his way on the floor, which meant the presentation had mattered, which was both gratifying and slightly overwhelming. Fudge looked at the result with an expression that was very carefully arranged into professional neutrality. "The petition is formally received," he said. "The question of scheduling an emergency review hearing, I'd like to propose a timeline," Harry said. 14 days. That gives the ministry time to compile any relevant materials and gives the prisoner's representative time to prepare." He paused. "The longer it takes, the longer a potentially innocent man stays in Azkaban. I'm sure the chamber would prefer to move quickly." Another murmur. This one had more of the lower, talking to your neighbor quality. 14 days, Fudge said, and he sounded like someone who had been steering a ship and was beginning to understand that the current was stronger than he'd estimated. "We'll set the date." The session ran for another 3 hours. Harry spoke twice more, once on the Goblin Fair Conduct Treaty breach, which he raised as a formal point of record exactly as he'd promised Ragnarok, and which caused a genuine stir because nobody had publicly raised goblin rights in the Wisengamot since 1963 and the stir had the quality of something long suppressed finding a crack to move through. Once on the question of supplemental aura deployment in light of recent developments in magical security concerns, which was the most careful way he could say Voldemort in a chamber full of people who were officially pretending Voldemort didn't exist, and he watched Fudge's face carefully as he said it and saw the exact microsecond of panic under the professional composure. He didn't push that one. He raised it, put it in the record, and let it sit. The session was not the moment to win the Voldemort argument. The session was the moment to establish that the argument existed and could not be indefinitely suppressed. After the session closed, at 4 in the afternoon, Fudge striking the staff with somewhat more force than was strictly necessary, Harry sat in his chair for a moment while the chamber began to empty around him. He was aware of people looking at him. He was aware of several of them approaching, or wanting to approach, and hesitating. He felt the shift in the room's relationship to him, the recalibration that had been happening since he walked in and was now something more settled and structural. Augusta Longbottom came to stand beside his chair. She didn't sit. "Competent," she said. That appeared to be all she had to say. She moved on. He was sitting there when Lucius Malfoy arrived at the end of his row. Harry didn't look up immediately. He finished the note he was making in his session record, closed the folder, and then looked at Malfoy, who was standing exactly far enough away that it was not an approach but was also not a departure. "Lord Potter," Malfoy said. "Lord Malfoy," Harry said. A pause. Malfoy sat down, not beside Harry, 2 seats away, at a distance that was chosen. He was not performing anything right now, Harry realized. The smooth political performance was there, the surface of it was intact, but underneath there was something that was just one intelligent person taking the measure of another. "You presented well," Malfoy said. "Your documentation was thorough." "Thank you," Harry said. "I want to be direct with you," Malfoy said, which was the thing people said before they were indirect, but Harry waited to see which way it went. "The counterpetition is a legal argument. It is not personal." "I know," Harry said. "Your legal arguments never are." Malfoy's eyes sharpened slightly. "You've been studying." "I've been paying attention." "A moment." Malfoy turned his walking stick once between his fingers, a contained, habitual gesture that Harry thought he probably did when he was thinking rather than performing. "You're going to push the aura deployment question." "Yes," Harry said. "And the dark activity question." "Also yes." "The minister will resist." "I know." Harry looked at him evenly. "What's your position on it?" Malfoy was quiet for a second too long. It was the first genuine hesitation Harry had seen from him, and it was informative. "My position on what, precisely?" "The dark activity," Harry said. "You know what I'm talking about. You know what happened at the Triwizard Tournament. You know what the rumors are, you've probably heard things I haven't." He held Malfoy's gaze. "I'm not asking for intelligence. I'm asking where you stand." Malfoy studied him. His expression was doing something careful and internal. "I stand," he said finally, "where I always stand. With my family." "I know," Harry said. "I'm asking whether that position is going to require you to actively work against what I'm doing in this chamber." The question sat between them. It was, Harry knew, an enormous presumption, asking Lucius Malfoy to declare himself to a 15-year-old in an empty Wizengamot chamber. It was also the kind of direct, unhedged question that Malfoy probably hadn't been asked in years, because most people found him too dangerous to ask directly. Malfoy stood. He smoothed his robes. "I will work for my family's interests," he said. "As I always have." He paused. "The counter-petition will be withdrawn." He walked away without waiting for Harry's response. Harry sat in the chair and thought about that for a moment. Then he picked up his session notes and went to find Amelia. She was in the lobby outside the chamber with Andromeda, and when Harry arrived she looked at him with the precise attention of someone who had been watching through the chamber's observation windows and had seen most of what happened. Malfoy's withdrawing the counter-petition, Harry said. Andromeda blinked. You spoke to him? Yes. And he told you that directly? Yes. Andromeda and Amelia exchanged the look, the particular look they developed over the past week that Harry had started to think of as their "the boy has done something unexpected again" look. Why? Amelia said. Because he's hedging, Harry said. He's too good at this to commit to blocking a petition that's going to succeed regardless, when withdrawing costs him nothing except the appearance of having tried and failed. He paused. And because he has a family. And Draco is 16. Amelia looked at him steadily. You think he's calculating Voldemort's return? He's been calculating it since before I was born, Harry said. He just made a small adjustment today to how he's positioned. That could be useful, Andromeda said slowly. It could also be a different kind of trap, Harry said. I know. I'm not trusting him. I'm noting where he's choosing to stand. They walked out of the ministry into the afternoon sun, and London was doing what London did, and the weight of the session was behind them now, converted from anticipation into fact. 112, Amelia said, as they walked. Yes. I expected 90 at best. She glanced at him sideways. The Selena Knot block broke for you. All three of her associates. I know. I saw them. Also the Greengrass seat, which I didn't expect. Harry filed Greengrass away. Daphne Greengrass was in his year. Slytherin. Quiet, self-contained, with the particular careful neutrality of someone from an old family navigating a Hogwarts political landscape that did not favor her house's complexity. He thought about that for a moment and said nothing. The Black trial hearing, he said. 14 days. What do we need? Sirius, ideally, Amelia said. Or a sworn magical testimony. Veritaserum verified pensive memory. I can get that, Harry said. You'd need to find him first. He's already in contact with Gringotts, Harry said. Ragnarok can carry a message. Amelia looked at him. You're going to ask him to come forward. I'm going to ask him to come forward, Harry confirmed. He's been hiding for a year. If the trial is guaranteed, if the proceedings are locked in and public and part of the formal record, it's still a risk, she said. If Fudge decides to arrest him before the hearing, then it becomes a scandal that makes the petition look small, Harry said. Arresting a man who has voluntarily presented himself for a trial the Wizengamot formally voted to grant. That's not something you survive politically. He looked at her. Not even Fudge. She walked in silence for a moment. When did you get so good at this? She said. I grew up in a house with people who had all the power, Harry said. You learn quickly which levers actually move things. The letter to Sirius went through Ragnarok. Harry wrote it that evening, in the safe house kitchen, with Susan across the table working on a defense against the dark arts essay for the upcoming term. She'd brought work, because she was that kind of person, and Harry found it oddly comforting, the normalcy of homework in a kitchen that had become a political operations center. He wrote, the trial hearing is in 14 days. The Wizengamot voted 112 to 75. It's real. It's on the record. They can't take it back without a scandal. He paused. Then, I need a sworn magical testimony, pensive memory or direct veritaserum statement. I need you to come forward. I know that's terrifying. I know you've been running for a year. But I promise you the ground is different now. I've checked it. He looked at what he'd written. Then he added, also Mooney is a registered werewolf in good standing and I want him there too. Both of you. He sealed it and gave it to Ragnarok's designated courier, a small goblin named Flink who had been coming and going from the safe house all week with the reliable efficiency of a very small postman. Then he sat back and looked across the table at Susan, who was underlining something in her textbook with the focused intensity of a person who had not quite heard anything he'd just done but was aware of the general energy of it. "Do you think he'll come?" she said, without looking up. "Yes," Harry said. "How sure are you?" "Completely," Harry said. "He's serious. He's been trying to find a way back for a year. This is the way." He picked up his own work. He'd found, somewhat to his surprise, that he'd been keeping up with his theoretical reading during this week, probably because it gave his mind somewhere to go when the political strategy got circular. "What are you writing?" "Patronus theory," she said. "Professor Lupin said a summer extension piece for 6th years." She looked up briefly. "I've been thinking about what you did in 3rd year. The Dementor incident." "The Patronus?" "You produced a full corporeal Patronus at 13, she said. That's newt-level magic. It's rare in practicing adult wizards." She looked at him with the frank curiosity she'd had since day one. "What does it feel like?" "The casting." Harry thought about it. He thought about the specific memory, his parents, their voices, the particular texture of warmth that the spell required. "Like being very sure about something," he said. "Not happy exactly. More like, certain. About someone you love." Susan looked at him for a moment. Then she went back to her textbook, but something in her face had softened slightly, the professional curiosity giving way to something more personal. "I've been trying for 2 years, she said. "I get missed." "What memory do you use?" She considered. "My aunt, mostly. Teaching me to fly when I was 6. "Does it make you certain?" Harry said. She thought about it. "It makes me warm." "Try a moment where she did something that made you sure she'd always be there," Harry said. "Not a happy memory. A sure one." Susan looked at him for a long moment. "That's not in any textbook," she said. "No," Harry said. "Lupin taught me." She nodded slowly and wrote something in the margin of her essay. They worked in companionable quiet for another hour, and somewhere outside the London evening settled into dark, and the session was behind them, and the trial hearing was 14 days ahead, and the thing that was coming, the larger thing, the darker thing, the thing with Voldemort's red eyes and his divided soul and his growing army, was still out there, but it felt, for the first time since June, like something Harry was moving toward rather than simply waiting for. Dumbledore came the following morning. He did not come for a meeting. He came for breakfast, which was such a startlingly normal thing that Harry stood in the kitchen doorway for a moment and simply processed the image, Albus Dumbledore in the Bloomsbury Safehouse kitchen, having been let in by Hestia Jones with the air of someone who found the whole situation perfectly sensible, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea that he'd made himself. "I heard the session went well," Dumbledore said. "Well enough," Harry said. He sat down and reached for the toast. "Fudge is going to make the next 14 days difficult." "He's already making them difficult," Dumbledore said. "There was a Prophet editorial this morning." Harry looked up. Dumbledore produced the newspaper from his robes and set it on the table. The headline read, "Boy Wizard or Would-Be Politician? Experts question Lord Potter's competence." There was a photograph of Harry walking into the ministry yesterday, which had been taken without him noticing, and he was mid-stride and looked, he thought objectively, not particularly concerned, which was probably not what the photographer had intended to capture. He read the article. It was by Rita Skeeter, which explained a great deal about its texture, the way it managed to be simultaneously condescending and alarmed, the way it quoted unnamed senior ministry officials who felt Harry's Wizengamot appearance was premature and potentially destabilizing. There was a paragraph about his age. There was a line about the influence of certain radical elements in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement that was clearly about Amelia and had the specific quality of a hit piece commissioned by someone who wanted the knife in someone specific. "Fudge commissioned this," Harry said. "Almost certainly," Dumbledore said. "Through Skeeter." Harry set the paper down. "Which means Skeeter's out of her jar." Dumbledore looked at him over his tea. "Jar?" Harry remembered that Dumbledore didn't know about that. Hermione caught her. Last year, at the tournament. She's an unregistered animagus, a beetle. Hermione's been keeping her contained. He paused. If she's writing for the Prophet again, Fudge probably knows what she is and offered her a deal. That would be illegal, Dumbledore said, mildly. That would be very Fudge, Harry said. He looked at the paper again. Can Hermione confirm whether Skeeter was released? Write to her, Dumbledore said. She's been trying to reach you for a week. Harry winced. He'd been so deep in the political process that his personal correspondence had become, he acknowledged, somewhat neglected. I'll write to her today. There's something else, Dumbledore said, and his voice changed, became quieter, more careful, the particular register he used when he was about to say something that cost him something. The ring. He set his cup down. I examined it last night. The stone on the ring is the Resurrection Stone. Harry looked at him. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows, Dumbledore said. The stone that, according to the tale of the 3 brothers, allows communication with the dead. He was looking at his hands on the table, not at Harry. I nearly put it on. What stopped you? Harry said. I knew, abstractly, that it was a trap, Dumbledore said. And still I nearly did. Because, he stopped. His jaw worked once. There are people I have lost whom I would give a great deal to speak with again. He looked up. His eyes were very old and very honest, and in this kitchen in the morning light they were the eyes of a person, not a legend. I want you to know that, Harry. So that if I ever make a decision that seems irrational to you, particularly regarding the Hallows, you understand the vulnerability. Harry sat with that. The fact that Dumbledore had told him. The significance of the telling. What happened to the ring, he said. The stone is separate from the Horcrux element, Dumbledore said. The Horcrux component, the soul fragment, I destroyed. It required a particular method. He looked at his right hand, which Harry now noticed was wrapped. The curse on it was, faster than I anticipated. Harry looked at the wrapped hand. How bad? Managed, Dumbledore said. Severus has been treating it. But? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. There are things I need to tell you before the year is out, he said. More urgently than I previously communicated. He met Harry's eyes. Will you come to Hogwarts this year with an open mind? Not just toward what I tell you, but toward what it might require of you. Harry thought about the unfinished sentence from their earlier conversation. Something may be. The way Dumbledore's eyes had gone to his scar. Yes, Harry said. Tell me what I'm preparing for. Dumbledore nodded. Soon, he said. Before term. It was not everything Harry wanted, but it was more than he'd ever been given, and he recognized the difference. Skeeter, Harry said, returning to the practical. How do I handle it? You don't, Dumbledore said, something shifting back toward its more familiar register, less raw but not unkind. Not directly. You let other people handle it. The person who should be writing to the Prophet about this article is not you. Who then? Dumbledore smiled, brief and genuine. Augusta Longbottom writes the most devastating letters to editors I have ever read in 115 years of reading correspondence. I would suggest asking her. Harry looked at him. She'd do it? She's been looking for a reason to write to the Prophet for 3 years, Dumbledore said. You've given her an excellent one. Harry picked up his quill. Augusta's letter appeared in the Prophet 2 days later, under the heading A Response from the House of Longbottom, and was 4 paragraphs of the most precise, elegant, systematic demolition of an editorial argument Harry had ever read. She did not mention Harry specifically. She addressed the question of whether noble house participation in the Wisengamot by a minor heir was appropriate under law, cited 6 separate statutes, noted the historical precedents of 3 ancient houses whose minor lords had participated fully in Wisengamot proceedings, and concluded with a single sentence that Harry read 4 times in quiet delight. If certain senior ministry officials find the presence of a legally titled lord in the chamber he is entitled to occupy to be destabilizing, one might question what, precisely, is being destabilized and whether that thing deserved to remain stable. Andromeda read it and made a sound that was pure satisfaction. "I want to be her when I grow up," Tonks said, from the corner where she'd been reading it over Harry's shoulder. "You'll have to get taller," Susan said, without looking up from her textbook. Tonks made a noise of protest and did something unfortunate to her nose that made it temporarily large and bright orange, which broke the mood in the most cheerful possible way, and Harry laughed, actually laughed, properly, for the first time in weeks, the kind of laugh that comes from somewhere genuine and takes you by surprise, and looked around the kitchen at the collection of people who had somehow assembled themselves into something that functioned, that worked, that was his in a way. Nothing had ever been before. Sirius's answer came on the 9th day. Ragnarok delivered it personally, which was unusual enough that Harry stood up from the table when the goblin walked in. The letter was short. "Harry, 14 days, you said. We're counting. Mooney's already written out his testimony. He's been ready for 12 years. I've been ready for 13. Tell Amelia Bones she'd better have a room ready. We're coming in. Padfoot P.S. The chateau does have an excellent wine cellar. You're going to love it. P.P.S. I'm proud of you. Your dad would have loved every second of this. Your mum would have been taking notes." Harry folded the letter slowly and held it for a moment, and this time he let himself feel it, the warmth of it, the realness, the specific irreplaceable weight of someone who knew his parents not as legends but as people, and was still here, and was coming back. Then he put the letter in his pocket with the others and looked up. 5 days, he said. We need the hearing room confirmed, we need Veritasium arranged through someone who isn't ministry adjacent, we need a journalist we trust in the gallery when it happens. Luna Lovegood's father owns the Quibbler, Susan said, without looking up. Everyone looked at her. It's not the Prophet, she said, with the complete composure of someone making an entirely reasonable suggestion. But it's independent. And if Xenophilius Lovegood prints something, the Prophet has to respond to it or look like they're suppressing a story. She looked up and met the room's collective gaze. I've been thinking about the information strategy. You need a source that Fudge hasn't compromised. Harry looked at her for a moment. You, he said, have been thinking about this for days. Since the second morning, she said. He shook his head, not in negation, in something closer to admiration. Right to Lovegood. She already had her quill out. Chapter 5, What Fire Answers Sirius arrived on a Tuesday, which felt wrong somehow, like the day should have been more significant, more charged with the weight of what it meant. Instead it was overcast and smelled like rain, and the safe-house kitchen had a broken window latch that nobody had fixed, and the ordinary stubborn texture of the morning made what happened feel more real, not less. He came through the flue at 7:43, which Harry knew because he'd been awake since 5 and had been watching the fireplace with the particular focused patience of someone who had learned, early and thoroughly, not to expect good things, and then had to keep relearning the lesson when they happened anyway. The fire went green. A man stepped out. Harry had seen Sirius 8 months ago in the castle grounds, thin and desperate and vibrating with the urgency of someone who had been surviving on the wrong side of everything for too long. The man who stepped into the kitchen now was not that. He was still lean, would probably always be lean. 12 years of Azkaban left a mark that nutrition alone couldn't fully address, but he was upright. His dark hair was clean and longer than it had been, pulled back. He was wearing robes that fit him and his grey eyes were sharp and clear, and when they found Harry across the kitchen they went through something that was not a small thing and that neither of them, apparently, had a word ready for. Harry stood up from the table. Sirius crossed the kitchen in 3 strides and pulled Harry into a hug that had the quality of something long delayed and entirely certain, the kind that didn't start tentatively but simply arrived at full force, and Harry stood in it and felt something in his chest that had been braced for a very long time let go. All right, Sirius said, rough and quiet, into the top of Harry's head. "All right. You're late," Harry said, into his shoulder. "I was in France," Sirius said. The portkey had opinions. They stepped back. Sirius held him at arm's length and looked at him properly, the way you looked at someone after a long time, inventory and relief, checking that the person matched the memory. "You look," Sirius started. "Different from the summer before third year, probably," Harry said. "Like your father," Sirius said, simply. "And your mother, around the eyes. That look you get when you're thinking and you don't want anyone to know you're thinking." He let go of Harry's shoulders and looked around the kitchen. "This is Command Central, is it? You've been running a political revolution from a Bloomsbury kitchen." "And winning," Harry said. Sirius's face split into a grin that Harry recognized from photographs, the young, reckless, full-brightness grin that had survived everything somehow, even Azkaban, even the years. "Obviously," he said. "You're a marauder's godson. Did you think you'd lose?" Behind Sirius, the fire went green again, and Remus Lupin stepped through. He looked better than the last time Harry had seen him too, less grey, less hollowed. He had the careful composure of someone who had been preparing himself for this particular room for a long time, and his amber eyes went to Harry first, the way a person's eyes went to the thing they'd been most worried about. "Harry," he said. "Professor," Harry said, and then caught himself. "Remus." Lupin smiled, quieter than Sirius's grin, more internal, but no less real. "I see you've redecorated the wizarding political landscape," he said. "We heard about the session. Ragnarok sends a summary," Sirius said. "He's been doing it for a week. Daily briefings. The goblin equivalent of a war report." He sat down at the kitchen table with the ease of someone who had decided this was home enough. "Tell me about Malfoy withdrawing the counter-petition. I want every detail." Harry told him. Lupin made tea, which he did with the focused competence of a man for whom domestic tasks were a form of thinking, and they sat at the table and it was extraordinary, in how ordinary it felt. Just people in a kitchen. People who had known each other's families, who carried each other's stories, who had ended up at the same table because something had finally gone right. Amelia arrived at 8:30, which she'd timed deliberately, Harry knew because she'd told him she'd give him the morning, and stopped in the kitchen doorway, looking at Sirius with an expression that was both professional and personal in about equal measure. "Mr. Black," she said. Sirius turned. There was a moment, the particular moment between two people who had heard about each other across a long gulf and were now making the adjustment from information to person. "Madam Bones," he said. "I've heard very good things." "I've heard rather more complicated things about you," she said, but the corner of her mouth moved. "We need to talk about the hearing. This afternoon, if you're settled enough." "I'm settled," Sirius said. "I've been settled for 13 years. Let's go." The Veritaserum hearing was scheduled for 2 days away. While Amelia and Andromeda worked through the procedural details of Sirius's testimony preparation, who would administer the serum, how the pensive evidence would be presented, which Wisengamot members needed to be present for the testimony to be legally binding, Harry left them to it and went for a walk. He needed to think, and thinking happened better when he was moving. London in the morning had its own rhythm, entirely indifferent to the Wisengamot and the Ministry and the various political fires currently burning through Wizarding Britain's oldest institutions. He walked through Bloomsbury into the edges of Covent Garden and thought about Voldemort. Not about the political situation, not about the hearing or the session or the chessboard of influences and affiliations he'd been moving pieces around for 2 weeks. He thought about the man himself, the red eyes and the cold voice and the particular quality of his attention, that terrible focused interest he'd trained on Harry in the graveyard. He thought about the Horcruxes. 6 remaining, 1 destroyed. He thought about Dumbledore's wrapped hand and the sentence Dumbledore had not finished and the way his eyes moved to Harry's scar. Something may be. Harry stopped on a corner and stood in the light rain that had started while he wasn't paying attention and thought about that sentence until he had an answer that he was fairly sure was right and wished he was wrong about. He walked back to the safe house in the rain and went upstairs and wrote a letter to Dumbledore that said, "I think I know what the sixth one is. Come before the hearing. We need to talk." Then he sat on the bed and looked at the ceiling and thought about being 15 and about prophecies and about what it meant to know a thing before you were told it, and whether the knowing made it more bearable or less. He decided it made it more bearable. Just barely, but definitely more. Dumbledore came that afternoon and they talked for an hour in the small upstairs room, and at the end of it Dumbledore sat with his hands on his knees and looked at Harry with eyes that were grieving and proud in roughly equal measure, and Harry sat across from him and felt the information settle into the architecture of everything else he knew and thought, all right. I can work with this. The fragment, Harry said carefully, isn't permanent. No, Dumbledore said. But the removal requires my death, Harry said. Or something that looks enough like it. Dumbledore was quiet. You don't know for certain, Harry said. I don't know for certain, he confirmed. The theory is sound, the magical logic follows, but there is a specific aspect of your mother's sacrifice, the continuation of the protection through your blood, that creates a variable I cannot fully account for. He looked at Harry directly. I believe there is a path through this that does not end with your death. I believe the killing curse, in specific circumstances, would affect only the fragment. But I cannot promise it. Don't promise it, Harry said. Just tell me you'll work on it. I have been working on nothing else, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry nodded. Then, don't tell Sirius. Dumbledore looked at him. Not yet, Harry said. He just got here. He's about to face a public trial hearing. Give him this first. He met Dumbledore's eyes. There's time. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. You are asking me to withhold information from, I'm asking you to let someone have something good before you put something terrible next to it, Harry said. There's time. The Horcrux hunt isn't immediate. The trial is in 2 days. He paused. When it's done, we tell him together. Dumbledore was quiet. Then he nodded, slow and serious. Together, he said. Harry stood. Thank you, he said. For telling me the truth. I know it wasn't easy. No, Dumbledore said. It wasn't. But it was right. He looked at Harry with something unguarded in his expression. You are handling this with more grace than I did at your age, or at any age, confronted with something similar. What were you confronted with? Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. That was not evasion but something more private. A different kind of cost, he said. For a different war. He stood. Go back to your people, Harry. You have a hearing to prepare for. Harry went downstairs, and the house was loud with Sirius and Tonks arguing about the best approach to the courtroom layout, and Lupin making tea again because Lupin made tea the way other people breathed, and Susan at the table with Hannah cross-referencing something, and Andromeda's voice from the back office going through exhibits with Amelia, and all of it was warm and functional and right, and Harry stood in the doorway of the kitchen for a moment and just let it be real. The morning of the trial hearing, 3 things happened before breakfast. The first was a message through the official ministry channel addressed to Harry, marked urgent, from the office of Senior Under-Secretary to the Minister, Dolores Umbridge. The message said, in language that was breathlessly polite and absolutely threatening underneath the politeness, that the minister had concerns about the security implications of Mr. Black's voluntary presentation, and was recommending that given those concerns, Mr. Black be taken into ministry custody prior to the hearing for his own protection, and that Lord Potter might wish to consult with the minister's office before proceeding. Harry read it twice. He handed it to Amelia without comment. Amelia read it. Her expression did not change by a single line. She picked up a quill and wrote a response that took 45 seconds and said, translated from its legal precision, absolutely not, and if you try it I will have the warrant challenged in front of the full chamber within the hour. A. Bones, DMLE. She sent it and went back to her breakfast. She does that at least twice a week, Tonks said, to Harry, cheerfully. The second thing was a Gringotts notification that the counter-petition withdrawal had been formally processed and the Black Estate claim was now the sole active petition in the registry, which meant the preliminary claim was secure and the post-trial formal claim would have no competing documents. Ragnarok had appended a note in his careful formal handwriting, "Satisfactory progress. We await resolution." The third thing was a copy of the Quibbler, which arrived by owl addressed to Susan, who had been corresponding with Xenophilius Lovegood for the past week. The cover story was not about the hearing, that hadn't happened yet, but it was about the summer Wisengamot session, specifically the petition and the vote and the Goblin Treaty question, and it was written with the particular Quibbler quality of being simultaneously eccentric and substantively accurate that made it easy to dismiss and surprisingly difficult to actually refute. Lovegood had titled it, "The Return of the Old Houses, What Happens When the Law Actually Works?" It was, Harry thought, exactly the right question. He handed it to Sirius, who read it with his morning tea, and when he reached the section about the petition said, 112, in a voice that had something underneath it that he was choosing not to show. "Yes," Harry said. Sirius set the magazine down. He looked at it for a moment. "I haven't been a number that large in someone's favor in a long time." "You're going to be a lot larger than that by this afternoon," Harry said. Sirius looked at him. He looked, Harry tried to find the word for it. Not afraid. Something more complicated than afraid. Something like standing at the edge of something that had been a long way off for a very long time and was now, suddenly, right there. "What if they don't believe the Veritaserum?" he said. "It's a binding magical confirmation," Harry said. "They can't not believe it." Fudge voted to grant the hearing," Harry said. "He's on the record. If he tries to interfere with it now, he's contradicting his own recorded vote, which the clerk enters into permanent Wisengamot record. He can't." He met Sirius's eyes. "The ground is solid. I checked it." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Something in his face settled. "You're 15, he said. Repeatedly, Harry said. "Nobody seems to believe it." Sirius laughed, sudden and real, the full brightness laugh, and Lupin looked up from his tea with an expression that was very quiet and very glad. The hearing was held in courtroom 10. Harry had been in courtroom 10 before, in the worst possible way, strapped to a chair in the center of the room while 50 senior ministry officials decided his fate for the crime of producing a Patronus to save his own life. He walked into it now and felt the room's specific damp cold and its darkness and its too many seats and thought, this is going to be different. He sat in the observers section. Not at the center, that was Sirius's place today, Sirius and Andromeda as his legal representative, and the Wisengamot members filling the tiered seats with the measured weight of an institution doing its job. Augusta Longbottom was in the front row with the alertness of someone present as a witness to history. Selina Knott was 3 rows back, very upright, her hands folded in her lap. Fudge presided from the elevated central chair. He looked, Harry catalogued it quickly, controlled. Not angry, not obviously hostile. Controlled, in the way of someone who had decided to let this happen cleanly because the alternative cost more. Harry thought about what that control was covering, what it had cost him to arrive at it, and filed the observation away. Umbridge was not in the room. Harry noted this specifically. Lucius Malfoy was present. He sat in the far upper tier, alone, and watched with the settled patience of a man who had decided to witness something rather than participate in it. His expression was, as always, constructed. But he was here, which was itself a choice. Sirius stood in the center of the courtroom, no chains, this time, which had been fought for in the preliminary and won, and his posture was something Harry had not seen from him before. Not the desperate urgency of the shrieking shack. Not the haunted thinness of the grounds at night. He stood straight, with the quality of a man who had been reduced to something essential and was now discovering that what remained was more than enough. Andromeda spoke first, brief and precise, establishing the legal basis for the hearing, the procedural violations of the original imprisonment, the Wizengamot Charter provisions, all of it in the clear surgical language she used when she was at her most competent, which was considerable. Then the Veritaserum was administered. 3 drops, clear as water, from a phial produced by a healer who was not ministry employed. Harry had arranged this specifically, a private practitioner certified by St. Mungo's who had no ministry ties and whose credentials Andromeda had verified 6 ways. The administration was witnessed by 5 sitting Wizengamot members and the clerk. The questioning began. The ministry interrogator, not Fudge, who had recused himself from the direct questioning, a small and telling concession, was a senior orer named Scrimgeour, Rufus Scrimgeour, who was broad-shouldered and lion-maned and had the contained energy of a man who was very good at his job and was fully aware of the political minefield he was standing in. He asked questions for 40 minutes. Under Veritaserum, Sirius told the truth in the flat, particular way Veritaserum produced, not robotic, not empty, but simplified of its own accord, the way water found the lowest path. He had not betrayed the Potters. Peter Pettigrew had been the secret keeper. He had gone after Pettigrew. Pettigrew had escaped. He had never cast the curse that killed the 12 Muggles. Pettigrew had, with a severing spell that caught a gas line and ran backward down the street. Each answer registered with a low golden pulse of light from the Veritaserum confirmation charm on the room's central recording stone. Binding. Magical. Unambiguous. At 20 minutes into the testimony, Harry heard, from somewhere in the upper tiers, a sound that was not quite a murmur and not quite a gasp but something between them that spread through the chamber the way a stone spread rings in water. At 30 minutes, Selena Knott's hands, which had been folded in her lap, were pressed together with a force that whitened her knuckles. At 40 minutes, Scrimgeour asked the final question, "Do you know the current location of Peter Pettigrew?" "Alive," Sirius said, flat and certain. "He's been hiding as a Muggle rat. I'd been tracking him. He escaped last year." The silence after that was the kind that a room made when it processed something it had been refusing to process and could no longer refuse. Scrimgeour stepped back. He looked at Fudge. Fudge held the speaker's staff. He looked, Harry thought, like a man sitting at the top of a very long slope that had been greased while he wasn't paying attention. "The Wizengamot will deliberate," Fudge said. "I don't think deliberation is required," Augusta Longbottom said, from the front row, in the tone of someone indicating that the answer was written on the wall in very large letters and she was willing to read it aloud if necessary. "The Veritaserum confirmation is binding under charter. There is no ambiguity in the testimony. The only question is whether the chamber wishes to acknowledge what it has just witnessed." Fudge looked at her. "I call for an immediate vote," Augusta said, "on the full exoneration and release of Sirius Orion Black." "Seconded," said 3 voices from different parts of the chamber, overlapping. Fudge raised the staff. He struck it. "The chamber will vote." The vote was 139 to 48. Harry heard the result and sat very still for a moment. In the center of the chamber, Sirius stood and the confirmation charm's golden light came on for the last time and did not go off, because magical confirmation of a Wizengamot exoneration was permanent, and the light simply stayed. Sirius turned and found Harry in the observers section. Across the length of courtroom 10, across the tiered seats and the ancient stone and 14 years and Azkaban and the shrieking shack and everything between, they looked at each other. Harry nodded. Sirius closed his eyes for exactly 1 second. Then he opened them and the full brightness grin was there, helpless and real and as alive as anything Harry had ever seen. The chamber was loud now. Lupin, from his seat beside Harry in the observers section, made a sound that he covered with his hand and then gave up covering. Harry gripped his arm once, brief and solid. Andromeda was already at Sirius's side with the formal discharge documents. Scrimgeour, to his considerable credit, signed them without a delay that would have been professionally unnecessary but personally satisfying, which Harry thought was the behavior of a man who might be useful in the future. Selina Knott left the chamber quietly, about midway through the formal discharge process. Harry watched her go. He thought about writing to her. He thought about what it cost to sit in that room and hear it, the parallel between her husband's case and Sirius's, the 20-year ache of knowing the system had worked for one person and not another, and the specific grief of knowing that the difference had been nothing more than whether someone had thought to ask. He'd write to her tonight. The courtroom discharged slowly. People had things to say to each other, positions to recalibrate, the particular buzzing energy of a room that had witnessed something that would be in the history books and was still processing that fact. Harry moved through it without stopping, not because he was avoiding anything but because the moment that mattered was outside, not in here. He found Sirius and Lupin in the corridor outside courtroom 10, and Andromeda had tactfully gone to handle paperwork, and it was just the three of them in the stone corridor with the torches and the echo. Sirius was looking at his hands. At the formal discharge document Andromeda had put into them, which had his name on it and the Wisengamot seal in gold and the word exonerated in plain black ink. "It's real," Lupin said quietly. "It's real," Sirius said. He looked up, first at Lupin, then at Harry. I don't," he stopped. The grin wasn't here right now. Something more stripped back was, something that had been under all of it this whole time. "James would have been absolutely insufferable about this," he said. "He'd have been telling everyone within earshot for weeks." "He'd have been right," Harry said. Sirius looked at him. "How are you this calm?" "I'm not," Harry said. "I'm just doing it quietly." Sirius made a sound that was partly a laugh and partly something else. He pulled Harry into another hug, this one less urgent than the first, more settled, the hug of someone who had somewhere to be and knew it. Harry hugged back and thought about the codicil in his mother's will, "We didn't leave you, we were taken, there's a difference," and thought that his parents had, in the specific way available to people who were gone, kept their promise. The Godfather was here. The family that had been stolen was being rebuilt from what remained. "What happens now?" Sirius said, stepping back. "We have 5 days until the Black Lordship claim goes before the Wisengamot," Harry said. "You're an exonerated wizard with a formal hearing on record, which means your legal standing is restored. Which means the designation goes through and the lordship passes to me unless you want to claim it yourself." Sirius blinked. He'd known this was coming, they'd discussed it, but the practical reality of it clearly landed differently now that the discharge document was in his hands. "You should take it," Sirius said. "You should have both." "Lord Potterblack, only if that's what you actually want," Harry said. "Not what you think makes strategic sense." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then, "I want the title to land somewhere it'll be used properly." The Blacks were, a lot of things. Most of them terrible, for the last century or so. I'd rather my godson make the name into something worth having than leave it in a vault. He paused. "Your grandmother's lineage also claims through the Black line, which I'm betting Ragnarok already told you." "He mentioned it," Harry said. "Then it's right," Sirius said. He looked at Lupin. "Moony?" "I think," Lupin said, with the measured careful quality he brought to everything, "that Harry should claim what he's owed and do with it what he decides to do. And I think Sirius should take the seat in the gallery at the Wisengamot and watch it happen." He met Harry's eyes. "And I think there's something else going on that you haven't told us yet." Harry looked at him. Of course. Lupin had always been able to read a room, and the specific way Harry was carrying himself today had apparently told him something. "After the lordship hearing," Harry said. "I'll tell you everything." Lupin nodded. He didn't push. He never pushed, which was one of the most genuinely kind things about him. They were halfway back to the safe house, Sirius examining London with the slightly overwhelmed wonder of someone reclaiming a world they'd been absent from, stopping to look at a Muggle newsagent with the same attention he'd give a magical storefront, when Harry felt it. It was not a loud thing. It was the hair on his arms and the back of his neck and the specific, deep bone cold that he associated with one specific category of magical entity. He stopped walking. Sirius noticed immediately. "What? Quiet," Harry said, not unkindly. He was looking ahead, down the street. Bloomsbury in the early afternoon, foot traffic, a bus going past, the ordinary London density of lives going about themselves. Then he saw them. Two figures, hooded despite the overcast warmth, moving toward them from the far end of the street. Not fast. Deliberately paced. The particular deliberateness of people who wanted to be seen approaching, who were controlling the approach, who expected the sight of them to produce a certain effect. Behind Harry, Sirius's hand had gone to his wand. Lupin was very still beside him. "Death Eaters?" Sirius said, "Quiet." "No," Harry said. He was watching the figures and feeling the cold and reading the shape of it. Inferi. Or something adjacent. They're wrong. The magic is wrong. He pulled his wand. "Harry," Lupin started. "I know," Harry said. "Stay back unless I need you." He walked forward. Behind him, he heard Sirius say, "That's terrifying," to Lupin, and Lupin say, "Yes," in a tone that was equal parts worried and proud, and then Harry was far enough forward that the street between him and the figures was clear of bystanders. People had felt the cold too, unconsciously, the way they always did around dark magic, and had found reasons to be elsewhere without knowing why. The figures stopped. One of them raised its head, and the face underneath the hood was wrong. Not dead, not quite. Animated. But the eyes were flat in the specific way of something being operated from a distance, of something that had a body but not its own intention behind it. Harry thought, someone sent these. Someone who knows I'm here and wants to make a point. Finite incantatum, he said, clear and hard. Nothing. Whoever had constructed these was better than a simple animation hex. The figures moved, not human fast, but wrong fast, a stuttering lurch that ate distance in a way that didn't track properly, and Harry sidestepped the first one without conscious thought, the instinct of 4 years of Quidditch and 1 year of a Triwizard Maze translating into footwork that put him out of range, and cast, Incendio, at the second with a force that was not how he usually cast it and that surprised him with its own scale. The fire hit and the figure staggered, and in the stagger Harry saw the control mechanism, a dark thread of magic running from the figure's spine upward and away, faint but visible if you were looking for it, like a fishing line caught in the light. He didn't follow it. Following it was what whoever was on the other end wanted, to be chased, to pull Harry away from the street, away from Sirius and Lupin, into territory they'd chosen. Instead he cut it. Diffindo. The precision charm was one he'd practiced in 5th year in preparation for the tournament, and he put it on the thread with the specific focus of someone who had spent a lot of time recently thinking about cutting things cleanly, counterpetitions, ministry interference, Dumbledore's paternalism, all of it, the skill of separating something from its control. The thread severed. The figures dropped. Not violently. They simply stopped, and sat down on the pavement with the deflation of puppets when the puppeteer lets go, and the cold in the air began to dissipate. Harry stood in the middle of the street and looked at them. He was breathing normally. He noted this with a kind of detached attention, his hands were steady, his pulse was up but not panicked, his thinking was clear. He'd just walked into a dark magic situation in a Muggle street and addressed it efficiently, and he was, he thought, genuinely not afraid. He was, if he was being honest, a little angry. Sirius arrived at his shoulder. What were those? Imperiused constructs, Harry said. Not full inferi, whoever made them used a different method. Living matter, not dead. Complicated magic. He looked at the thread ends, still faintly glowing in the air where he'd severed them. They were meant to be frightening. Were they? Lupin said, arriving on his other side. They were meant to be, Harry said. Someone wants me to know they know where I am. That I'm not untouchable just because I have a Wisengamot seat. He looked at the thread ends. This is the first move. From Voldemort? Sirius said. Maybe, Harry said. Or from someone acting on behalf of what Voldemort represents. The constructs are too refined for improvisation. Somebody planned this and took time doing it. He crouched beside the nearest figure, examining without touching. Can you identify the magical signature, Remus? Lupin crouched beside him and held his wand close, scanning. After a moment he said, very quietly, this is Rookwood's work. Augustus Rookwood, he was a Death Eater, he worked in the Department of Mysteries. This has his, he paused, looking for the word, his precision. His constructs always had this quality of being almost right. Like a copy of a living thing. He's out of Azkaban, Harry said. Yes, Lupin said. He was among those who escaped earlier this year. Harry stood. He looked at the thread ends, then up at the street, then in the direction the threads had run, northwest, toward the edges of the city, toward nothing specific that he could identify yet. We need to move, he said. And we need to tell Amelia. Rookwood is operating in London and he knows where we're based. He looked at Sirius. Can you give her a location assessment? Do you remember anything about Rookwood's operations that would help narrow down where he might be staging from? Sirius was looking at the constructs with an expression that was complex and not quite readable, the expression of a man for whom Death Eaters were not an abstraction. I knew him, Sirius said. Not well. He was particular about spaces. He liked locations with multiple exits and proximity to flow networks. He paused. He'd have used somewhere that had a legitimate business front. Something that wouldn't be looked at twice. I'll pass that to Amelia, Harry said. But first, he looked at both of them. We need to get off this street before a muggle calls the police about two people sitting on the pavement. That's the most 15-year-old thing you've said today, Sirius said. I contain multitudes, Harry said. Amelia's reaction to the construct report was calm in the way volcanoes were calm, completely still on the surface and very clearly something happening underneath. She read Harry's account, looked at Lupin's magical signature analysis, and said nothing for 30 seconds. Then, Rookwood. Yes, Harry said. He's been operating in London for 3 weeks, she said. We've had intelligence. I've been working on a location. She looked at Harry with the direct gaze he'd come to recognize as her version of full attention. You severed the control thread. Yes. That means whoever was holding the other end felt it break. They know the constructs failed and they know why. She turned to her files. That changes the timeline. If they were watching, and they were watching, that kind of deployment requires a supervisor, then they saw you. Good, Harry said. Amelia looked up. You want them to have seen you. I want whoever is reporting back to Voldemort to have to explain that the constructs didn't work and Harry Potter walked forward instead of running and cut the threads, Harry said. Every time that information reaches Voldemort it adjusts his assessment of me. I'd rather he know accurately what he's dealing with than be surprised. Tonks, who had been listening from the kitchen doorway, said, that is either brilliant or going to get you killed. Those aren't mutually exclusive, Harry said. No, she said. That's what worries me. But she was looking at him with something that was not doubt. The location intelligence, Harry said to Amelia. Can you move on it? I need another day to confirm, she said. If I move early and it's wrong, I tip Rookwood without getting him. One day, Harry said. The Black Lordship hearing is in 5 days. If Rookwood's people are going to make another move, they'll do it before that, they'll want to destabilize while we're in a transition. He looked at her. I want to be there when you go. Harry, I was there for the construct, he said. I can read Rookwood's magical signature now, Remus helped me identify it. I can confirm your location faster than anyone else. He met her eyes. I'm not asking to be in front. I'm asking to be there. Amelia looked at him. Looked at Sirius, whose expression was doing complicated things. Looked at Tonks. You'll do exactly what I say, she said. You will not engage independently unless there is no other option. Yes, Harry said. Sirius, she said. Can you come? Rookwood is more likely to respond to an exonerated wizard's presence than a teenager's. Sirius said, try to stop me, in a tone that answered the question thoroughly. They went the following morning, early, before the city was fully awake. The address Amelia had identified was a storage facility in Camden, the kind of Muggle industrial space that accumulated in the gaps between neighborhoods, blank-faced and unremarkable and completely impossible to look at twice. 3 stories of reinforced Muggle concrete with a flue connection in the basement. Tonks had confirmed the magical signature the night before, low and careful. 7 Aurors. Harry, Sirius, Lupin. Amelia leading. The entry was fast and clean. Amelia's Aurors moved through the building with the efficiency of people who did this regularly and had stopped finding it dramatic, which Harry thought was probably the most professional thing about them. He was behind the front group with Sirius and Lupin, which was not the position he'd have chosen but was the one he'd agreed to, and so he stayed there, moving through the concrete corridors and reading the magical residue in the air. Rookwood's signature was here. Heavy, layered, the smell of it not unlike the constructs from the street, almost right, slightly off, the particular character of a mind that was brilliant at replication and colder than precision strictly required. The second floor was empty. The third floor had equipment, dark artifact machinery that Amelia's senior Auror photographed methodically without touching. The basement had the flue connection, and on the floor around it was the residue of recent use, the magical equivalent of footprints. Rookwood was gone. He'd left hours ago, maybe a day ago. But he'd been here. Harry stood in the basement and looked at the flue residue and thought about the thread he'd cut, and the supervisor who'd felt it break, and how much time that had given Rookwood to clear out. He knew we were coming, one of the Aurors said. He knew we were coming after yesterday, Harry said. Not that we had this location, he cleared out of general caution, not specific intelligence. He looked at the floor. He left things behind. What? Amelia said. Harry crouched. On the floor beside the flue connection, half-kicked under the edge of a crate, was a piece of parchment. It had been dropped, not left deliberately, the corner was torn, like it had caught on something. He read it without touching it, leaning close. It was a list. Names, 7 of them, with notations next to each. 3 of the names he recognized immediately and felt something very cold and very clear in his chest. Amelia, he said. She crouched beside him. Read it. Her jaw tightened. Target assessments, she said quietly. Not all of them ministry, Harry said. He looked at her. My name isn't on it. No, she said. It's not. Because Voldemort has his own plans for me, Harry said. Yes. The others do, he said. Some of these people are in danger and don't know it. He stood. We need to warn them today. We will, Amelia said. She stood and looked at him for a moment. You're all right? I'm fine, he said. And then, because she was asking the real question, I'm angry. But I'm clear. It's manageable. She nodded. Good. She turned to her Aurors and began issuing instructions in the crisp, certain way of someone who had identified the next 20 things that needed doing and was deploying resources to do them. Sirius came to stand beside Harry. He looked at the flue connection, then at Harry. So this is your summer, he said. More or less, Harry said. I missed a lot, Sirius said. His voice had something rough in it. You're here now, Harry said. Sirius was quiet for a moment. I'm going to be here from now on, he said, with the particular intensity of a promise that was not a promise so much as a statement of fact, something already decided, already certain, not requiring confirmation. Whatever this is, whatever's coming. I'm not going anywhere. Harry looked at him. He thought about all the versions of this moment he'd imagined over the years, some before he'd even known what he was imagining, some after the shrieking shack, some in the long solitary nights of Privet Drive. He thought about how the real version didn't look like any of them, how it was a basement in Camden with Aurors working around them and the smell of dark artifact residue in the air and Sirius standing beside him like it was already where he was supposed to be. I know, Harry said. The Black Lordship hearing, 4 days later, was brief. Not because it was unimportant, it was recorded in full, formal, entered into permanent Wisengamot record, but because the legal groundwork had been so thoroughly prepared by Andromeda, so completely bulletproofed by the Gringotts documentation and the exoneration ruling in Harry's standing, that there was almost nothing to contest. Malfoy had withdrawn his counter-petition. No one else filed a challenge. The designation activated. The lordship transferred. Harry signed the final documents at Gringotts, with Sirius as witness, and became Lord Harry James Potter Black at 4:17 on a Thursday afternoon, in Ragnarok's office, with the Potter signet ring on his right hand and a new ring on his left, the Black family ring, which was dark iron set with obsidian and had a quality that was very old and not entirely comfortable, like something that had been used in ways it shouldn't have been and would take time to become something else. 2 houses, Ragnarok said. 2 houses, Harry confirmed. The Wisengamot seats will be updated in the registry by end of week, Ragnarok said. Your affiliated house influence will be formally consolidated at the next scheduled session. He looked at Harry with the flint eyes. The Goblin Fair Conduct Treaty, you raised it in session as agreed. I did, Harry said. I'll raise it again in the autumn session with a formal motion. Ragnarok nodded. We will be watching with interest. I'd expect nothing less, Harry said. Outside on the steps of Gringotts, Sirius stood in the late afternoon light and looked down Diagon Alley, which was doing its usual thing, busy, indifferent, witches and wizards going about their lives with the particular wizarding mixture of the mundane and the extraordinary. So, Sirius said. Lord Potter Black. Yes, Harry said. Heir to 2 of the oldest houses in Britain. Owner of several properties and whatever's in those vaults, don't tell me, I don't want to cry in public. Wisengamot Lord at 15. Annihilated most of Fudge's Wisengamot grip in the course of a single summer. He looked at Harry. What's next? Harry thought about Voldemort and 6 remaining pieces of a shattered soul and a prophecy he understood better now and the specific shape of the year ahead. September 1st, he said. Hogwarts. Sirius blinked. Of course. There's a war coming, Harry said. I've spent the summer building the ground underneath it. Now I have to go back to school and keep building. He looked at Sirius. But this time I go back with something I didn't have before. Which is? Sirius said. Harry looked at him, at the exonerated face and the clear gray eyes and the full brightness grin hovering at the edges, ready. People who know what I am, Harry said, and think it's enough. Sirius held his gaze for a moment. More than enough, he said. Obviously. They walked down the steps into Diagon Alley together, and the evening was coming in gold over the rooftops, and somewhere a war was building and somewhere Voldemort was reconstructing himself from hate and ambition and 7 shards of soul, and Harry walked through it all with the particular forward certainty of someone who had stopped asking permission to matter and was now, simply, going to. Chapter 6, The House That Answers. September 1st began the way significant days often did, without announcing itself. Harry was up before 6. He sat at the kitchen table in the Bloomsbury safe house with tea he'd made himself and the morning quiet of a house where everyone else was still asleep, and he looked at the 2 rings on his hands, right and left, gold and iron, and thought about the summer. 43 days since Amelia's knock on the door. 43 days from Privet Drive to this kitchen, from the boy in the cupboard's shadow to something the Wisengamot had to formally address. He turned his left hand over and looked at the black ring, at the dark iron of it, and thought about all the people who had worn it before him and what they'd done with it, and he felt the specific weight of choosing to make a name into something different from what it had been. He heard footsteps on the stairs. Sirius came in, hair pushed back, in a dressing gown that had been purchased 3 weeks ago in Diagon Alley when he'd been able to walk into a shop without looking over his shoulder for the first time in 14 years. He went directly to the kettle without speaking, which was one of the things Harry had learned about him. Sirius in the morning was not a morning person, operated on tea and about 30 minutes of adjusting before he became fully himself. He made his tea. Sat down across from Harry. They drank in silence for a moment. "You're packed?" Sirius said. "Last night," Harry said. "Good." Sirius wrapped both hands around his mug. "I've been thinking about Hogwarts." "What about it?" "I spent 7 years there," Sirius said. "Best years of my life, before everything. And then you started there and I didn't get to," he stopped. "Reorganized. I want to be the godfather who helps you onto the train. Not the one who's a fugitive. Not the one who sends worried owls." He looked at Harry directly. "Can I come to King's Cross?" Harry looked at him. Thought about Platform 9 3/4 with its smoke and its noise and the Weasleys and Hermione, all of whom he still had to have real conversations with, proper ones, because his owls had been informative but not the same as being in the same place. "Yes," Harry said. "You're coming to King's Cross." Lupin came downstairs at 6:30, and the three of them ate breakfast in the kitchen with the radio on low, Muggle, because Sirius had developed an attachment to Muggle radio in France that he showed no signs of losing, and the morning built around them with the domestic ease of people who had been sharing space long enough to have established small rituals. Harry had thought about this a lot in the past weeks. About what it meant that the safe house had become this, warm, functional, full of people who had chosen to be here. He'd spent so long in spaces where he was tolerated at best that the genuine warmth of chosen company still caught him off guard sometimes. He felt it now and didn't push past it. He just let it be real. Tonks arrived at 7 with the news that Amelia wanted a final briefing before Harry left for the train, which they all agreed to over toast and then moved to the back office. Amelia was already there, looking like she'd been there for an hour. She probably had. "Rookwood," she said, without preamble. "We tracked him to Edinburgh. He's not alone, there are at least 3 others operating with him, and we have a name for their contact inside the ministry." "Who?" Harry said. "I'm not telling you that yet," Amelia said, "because the arrest operation is active and if that name gets into a conversation before we've moved, it tips the whole thing. You'll know by tonight." She looked at him steadily. "I want you to understand the shape of what's happening. This is not 7 people and a handful of constructs. This is the beginning of an organized campaign to establish operational cells inside Britain before Voldemort moves publicly. Each cell functions independently. Rookwood's is one of 4 that we've identified." The room was very quiet. "For cells," Lupin said. "For that we know of," Amelia said. "Possibly more." She looked at Harry. "The work you did this summer, the Wisengamot position, the Allied houses, the Goblin Accord, all of it, it matters enormously. I don't say that to be complimentary. I say it because without the political foundation, the ministry has no coherent response to what's coming. Fudge would have sat on it for another year." "Fudge is still sitting on it," Harry said. "Fudge," Amelia said, in the tone of a woman who had been professionally patient with Cornelius Fudge for a very long time and was approaching the outer edges of that patience, is about to have significantly less room to sit. The autumn session is in October. Andromeda has 3 motions ready. The Allied House block is solid. And," she paused, "there is something else you should know." "Tell me." "Selina Knott wrote to me," Amelia said. "Formally." She is requesting that her proxy assignments to Malfoy be formally reviewed and voided. She's cited conflicts of interest in his guidance. She let that sit. She's also named 2 other houses who she believes are under similar conditions of undue influence. Harry thought about his letter to Selena, not the line he'd added at the end. He spent 12 years in Azkaban for something he didn't do. Whatever else is complicated, that part isn't. That's significant, Lupin said. It's potentially 3 votes moving out of Malfoy's influence without any formal action from Harry's bloc, Amelia said. If it holds through the autumn session, his coalition loses its working majority. She looked at Harry. You didn't push her. You wrote her a real letter. She needed real information, Harry said. Not strategy. Amelia looked at him for a moment with the particular quality she had when he'd done something that she was privately satisfied about but wasn't going to say so directly. Yes, she said. Exactly. They talked for another 40 minutes about the autumn session agenda, the Goblin Fair Conduct Treaty motion, the supplemental Auror deployment question that Harry was going to raise again with considerably more supporting documentation this time, and the Voldemort recognition question, which Dumbledore had agreed to address formally in the chamber alongside Harry's testimony, which was a thing that had required 2 weeks of careful negotiation and was going to be, by any measure, the most significant Wisengamot session in 20 years. When it was done, Amelia stood and looked at Harry, and there was a quality to the moment that was different from the briefing. You're going back to school, she said. And her voice had something in it that was not quite parental and not quite professional, something between them. I'm going back to school, Harry confirmed. This doesn't stop while you're there, she said. I know. I'll keep you informed. You'll have secure owl communication through Gringotts when necessary. Tonks will be nearby, she paused, in a professional capacity. Harry looked at her. Are you going to tell me to be careful? She considered him. No, she said. You're past the point where careful is the right instruction. She extended her hand. He shook it. Her grip was firm and certain and she held it for 1 extra second. Be effective, she said. Yes, Madam Bones, he said. The corner of her mouth moved. Amelia, she said. When it's not official. King's Cross at 10:45 on September 1st had the energy it always had, organized chaos with an underlying structure that only the initiated could read. Muggle travelers and wizarding families occupying the same station in the same moment, visible to each other and categorically separate, which had always seemed to Harry like the perfect metaphor for something he hadn't fully articulated yet. He pushed his trolley through the barrier with Sirius beside him and felt the platform's warm noisy world open up and smelled the steam and heard the overlapping voices and thought, home. It surprised him still, that Hogwarts and everything attached to it had become home. He'd thought, sometimes, that he couldn't really have a home. That the Dursleys had damaged that particular concept beyond recovery. He thought about that and decided that the concept was intact, he just had to wait for it to point at the right thing. Sirius stood on the platform and looked at the train and the families and the students loading trunks, and his face did something complex and private that he recovered from in about 4 seconds. Exactly the same, he said. Different scarves, Harry said. Merlin Sake, are those the Ravenclaw colors? Sirius looked genuinely appalled. They've changed the shade. That's wrong. That was wrong when we were here and someone needs to, Sirius. Right. Yes. He looked at Harry and the grin came back, steadier now. Go find your people. I'll be here. Harry went. He found Ron first, which was how it usually went. Ron was not hard to find on the platform, being approximately 6 feet tall at 15 with red hair and a family of equivalent scale around him. Molly Weasley was hugging Ginny with the focused intensity of someone who had been storing up worry all summer and was deploying it at departure. Arthur was supervising a trunk with the faintly distracted look he got around Muggle objects he was trying not to visibly admire. Ron turned and saw Harry and his face went through relief, curiosity, and the particular complicated expression of someone who had received fragmentary information all summer and had a great many questions that were currently fighting each other for position. "Mate," Ron said. "I have so many questions." "I know," Harry said. "The Prophet said." "The Prophet was commissioned by Fudge," Harry said. "Whatever it said, read it backwards." Ron thought about this for approximately half a second. "You're actually a lord," he said. "Two of them." "Two houses, one lord," Harry said. "Right." Ron absorbed this. "And you're okay with that?" It was, Harry thought, a very Ron question, cutting straight to the person underneath the situation. He appreciated it enormously. "Yes," Harry said. "Better than okay. It's what I was supposed to have. I just got it late." Ron nodded, slow and certain, in the way he did when he understood something on a level that didn't require further analysis. "Brilliant," he said. "Malfoy's going to be absolutely insufferable about it. Malfoy's going to have to accept that I outrank him formally and legally," Harry said, "which I think might be better." Ron considered this. His expression shifted into something that was close to delighted. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, that's much better." Molly descended. Harry braced himself, because Molly in full emotional mode was a force of nature with excellent instincts and very strong feelings about children not being properly cared for, and the combination of what had happened at Privet Drive and what had happened at the Wizengamot was going to produce something he wasn't entirely sure he was ready for. He was not entirely ready for it. She held his shoulders and looked at him with her brown eyes full of something that was fierce and sad and deeply warm, and she said, "You should have told us," and then she pulled him into a hug that had the specific quality of a mother who was very aware she was not his mother and was choosing to disregard that technicality entirely, and Harry stood in it and thought, "Yes, all right, this is good too." "I know," he said, into her shoulder. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," she said. "Just, let people help. That's all." She stepped back and smoothed his collar with the completely unnecessary efficiency of someone who needed something to do with their hands. "You're going to come to the Burrow for Christmas." "I'm not asking." "All right," Harry said. "Good." She looked at him, decided she was satisfied, and went back to Ginny, who had been waiting with the patient suffering of a sibling at a platform. Arthur clapped Harry's shoulder, brief and solid, and said, "Well done, son," in a voice that was so genuine it was almost unbearable, and then looked at the train with his usual wondering expression and asked whether the express had been modified to run on anything other than magic this summer, and they spent 3 minutes talking about it, which was the Arthur Weasley equivalent of a moment of deep connection. He found Hermione by the third carriage from the front, which was where she always aimed because it was equidistant from the engine noise and the caboose, and she had worked this out in first year and seen no reason to change it. She was waiting for him. Not pretending she wasn't, just standing there with her trunk stowed and her hands folded and the expression of someone who had been patient for 43 days and was now done with patience. "Harry," she said. "Hermione," he said. "Sit down," she said. They sat in the compartment. She looked at him for a long moment with the particular quality of someone who had been processing a situation for weeks and had arrived at several conclusions but was not yet sure which to lead with. "The Gringotts filings," she said. "I read the public record, they're accessible, did you know that? The Wizengamot Public Record Office, you can request copies, Hermione." "Right. You're fine. You look different." She studied him with the close attention she brought to things that mattered. "Less," she searched for the word, "compressed. You used to look like you were taking up less space than you had. You don't anymore." Harry looked at her. "That's very accurate," he said. "I've been watching you for 5 years," she said. "I notice things." She folded her hands in her lap. "Tell me everything, please. In order. I'll hold my questions until you finish." Harry told her everything. It took the first hour of the journey, and true to her word she held her questions, though he could see them accumulating in her expression like water building behind a dam, the slight forward lean when he described the Gringotts documentation, the barely contained energy when he mentioned the Goblin Fair Conduct Treaty, the actual bright spark in her eyes when he described Augusta Longbottom's letter to the Prophet. When he finished, she said, "The Goblin Treaty. You raised it formally?" "In session. I'm raising it again with a motion in autumn." "Andromeda Tonks drafted the motion language?" "I drafted it," Harry said. "She reviewed it." Hermione looked at him. "You drafted Wisengamot motion language. It's not that different from an essay if you know the structure," Harry said. "Which I learned." She shook her head slowly, not in disbelief but in the way of someone revising their model of a situation significantly upward. "What do you need from me?" she said. "I need someone at Hogwarts who thinks clearly when I'm too close to something to see it properly," Harry said. "I need someone who reads everything and tells me what I've missed. He paused, "I need my friend. Not an assistant. My friend, who happens to be brilliant." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Something in her face softened from its usual purposeful set into something more personal. "I'm in," she said. "Obviously." Then, almost immediately, "The Skeeter situation, you know she's back?" "Yes." "Do you still have, the jar is in my bag," Hermione said, with the specific compressed satisfaction of someone who has maintained a very particular advantage. "I've been keeping it as insurance." "But Harry, if Fudge knows what she is and has offered her protection, then we don't need to threaten her," Harry said. "We need to make being on our side more profitable than being on Fudge's." He looked at Hermione. "She's a journalist. What does a journalist want?" "A story," Hermione said, immediately. And then, slower, an exclusive. Something that makes her the reporter who broke the biggest story of the decade. "Voldemort's confirmed return," Harry said. "When it comes, when Dumbledore presents in the autumn session and it becomes official ministry record, the journalist who's already been briefed and has the full context and the documentation is going to have something that every other outlet will spend months catching up to." Hermione thought about it. "She'd have to report accurately," she said. "No embellishment, no fictional quotes, that's the condition," Harry said. "Accurate reporting only. The moment she spins it, the arrangement ends and the jar becomes relevant again." Hermione looked at him for a long moment. "You've been thinking like a politician for 6 weeks," she said. "I've been thinking like someone who wants to win," Harry said. "There's a difference." "Is there?" "Politicians want to stay in power," Harry said. "I want Voldemort defeated and the ministry functional and Sirius free." He paused, the present tense of that last one still new and remarkable, "and the war to cost as few people as possible. The politics is just the mechanism." Hermione looked at him. He'd known her for 5 years and he could usually read her expressions, but this one took him a moment. It was complicated and warm and something a little like pride, but more personal than pride. "Write to Skeeter," she said. "I'll draft the initial offer. You're better at the political language but I know her psychology better." She was already reaching for her bag. "And Harry, the Horcruxes. Dumbledore spoke to you?" "Yes," Harry said. "How many confirmed?" "2 destroyed," he said carefully. 4 to locate." He looked at her steadily, and she read what he wasn't saying, that there was a 7th variable he wasn't discussing yet, that some of this would have to wait. She read it. Nodded once. "Tell me when you can," she said, and went back to her bag, and he thought about how much he'd missed her, not the brilliant tactical ally, but the person who knew how to be present with information she wasn't ready for without making it the whole of the conversation. The train arrived at Hogsmeade Station in the early dark of an almost autumn evening, and the familiar smell of the Scottish air came through the windows, peat and pine and something that had always felt to Harry like possibility, and the students filed out onto the platform in the usual friendly chaos. Harry stepped onto the platform and stood for a moment, just standing. Hogwarts in the distance, lit up on the hill like something that hadn't changed and couldn't, regardless of what the world around it did. He thought about what the year held, the DA, probably, or something like it. Dumbledore's lessons. The Horcrux hunt beginning in earnest. Voldemort's public return, which was coming, and which the Wizengamot would now be marginally better prepared to respond to than they would have been 8 weeks ago. He thought about the 6 months between now and the autumn session and all the things he needed to build and maintain and move. "All right?" Ron said, from beside him. "Yes," Harry said. "You've got that look again," Hermione said, from his other side. "The one where you're planning 12 things simultaneously." "Only 8, Harry said. "I'm trying to cut back." The Great Hall was what it always was on the first night, full and loud and lit by 4,000 candles, the enchanted ceiling doing its usual theatrical thing, and the smell of a proper feast displacing the smell of the train and the air outside. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and ate and listened and watched, which he was doing more of now, watching the room rather than just being in it. He watched Draco Malfoy across the hall, which he hadn't done with much analytical attention in previous years. Malfoy was talking to Crabbe and Goyle and his face had its usual cultivated contempt, but there was something underneath it that Harry was only now able to read, having spent a month studying Lucius Malfoy's expressions for underlying data. Draco had the same quality his father had, the constructed surface, the controlled presentation, but where Lucius had had a lifetime to perfect the construction, Draco was 16 and the cracks showed more. He was worried about something. He was covering it well for 16, but the worry was there. Harry thought about the list they'd found in Camden. The names. He thought about Draco Malfoy, who was 16 and whose father had made calculations all summer and withdrawn a counter-petition and sat in the upper tier of the Wizengamot watching Harry with the patience of a man playing a long game. He thought about what it meant to be a Malfoy at 16 with a father whose allegiances were calculated rather than absolute and a Dark Lord returning to full strength. He filed it away. Not sympathy exactly. Awareness. Susan caught his eye from the Hufflepuff table. She lifted her chin in the smallest possible nod. "I see you, I'm here, we're good," and he returned it in kind. Hannah Abbott, beside Susan, was talking animatedly with the girl on her other side, but Harry noticed she'd positioned herself so she had a clear sight line to Harry's end of the Gryffindor table, which suggested she was maintaining awareness without performing it. He thought Amelia would like Hannah Abbott. He thought Amelia was probably sitting in her office right now going through Rookwood files and preparing the Edinburgh operation, and he was sitting in the Great Hall eating roast chicken, and both of those things were exactly right. After the feast, after the first years had been sorted and Dumbledore had given his opening remarks, which had been, Harry noticed, slightly more pointed than usual about the importance of vigilance and community and the value of treating one's fellow witches and wizards with care. After Percy Weasley's ghost rattled briefly through the fourth-year Gryffindor's first attempt to navigate the moving staircases, Harry went to Dumbledore's office. He knocked. "Come in, Harry." The office was unchanged, portraits dozing in their frames, Fawkes on his perch, the particular quality of lamplight that suggested centuries of occupied rooms. Dumbledore sat behind his desk and looked like himself, which was always slightly different from anywhere else he existed. Here he was most himself. Most complicated. His right hand, Harry noticed, was still wrapped. The treatment was ongoing. Harry sat down. He looked at Dumbledore directly. "I need to know the timeline," he said. "For which part?" Dumbledore said. "All of it. The Horcrux hunt. The lessons, I'm assuming you're planning lessons." "Private sessions," Dumbledore confirmed. "Once a week. I want to take you through what I know of Voldemort's history, his origins, his progression. Understanding who he was before he became what he is will tell you things about where the objects are and what they are." "The locket," Harry said. "You said you suspected its location was unknown." "Have you?" "I have a theory," Dumbledore said. "But I want to build to it rather than give you conclusions. If I tell you the answer, you'll know the answer. If I walk you through the evidence, you'll understand it in a way that equips you for what you find. He looked at Harry steadily. There is a difference. There is, Harry allowed. When do we start? Next week, Dumbledore said. Wednesday evening. He paused. I want to ask you something. Ask. The Wisengamot seat, Dumbledore said. The Potter Lordship, the Black Claim, the allied houses. You have built, in 6 weeks, a political foundation that I had not. He paused, the pause of someone choosing accuracy over diplomacy, that I had not thought to build on your behalf. I should have. He held Harry's gaze. I find myself wondering whether you would have built it regardless. Harry thought about it honestly. I don't know, he said. Maybe not this fast. Maybe not this well. I had Amelia and Andromeda, and they were essential. He looked at Dumbledore. But I think I'd have found a way to stop being managed eventually. The summer just accelerated it. You sound like your mother when you say that, Dumbledore said, quietly. She had a way of arriving at conclusions that people around her thought would take years. It took her weeks. She would have been extraordinary in whatever she'd chosen to do. Harry held that. He'd been collecting his parents in fragments all summer, James's will, Euphemia's name, his mother's handwriting on a codicil, Sirius's stories, Lupin's careful memories. He was building them from what remained and they were becoming, slowly, people rather than portraits. There's something else, Harry said. I know, Dumbledore said. The sixth one. Yes. We tell Sirius before the end of term, Harry said. Together. Like we agreed. Yes, Dumbledore said. He looked at his wrapped hand, then at Harry. And the seventh, the path through that. I am working on it every day, Harry. I want you to know that. I know, Harry said. He stood. Wednesday, then. Wednesday, Dumbledore confirmed. Harry turned to go. At the door, he stopped. The ring, he said. The resurrection stone. Where is it now? Safe, Dumbledore said. Somewhere it cannot be impulsively used. He paused. By anyone. Harry looked at him. The way Dumbledore said anyone had a specific quality that Harry understood was self-directed. The old man's greatest vulnerability, stated plainly. Good, Harry said. Keep it that way. He went back to Gryffindor Tower. The weeks fell into a rhythm. Not the same rhythm as previous years, not the waiting, the responding, the surviving. Something different. Something forward-moving. Dumbledore's sessions on Wednesday evenings were unlike anything Harry had experienced in education, not classroom teaching, not supervised practice, but something more like sitting with a very old, very complicated mind that was choosing, finally, to share itself fully. They went through Tom Riddle's history in pensive memories that Dumbledore had collected for years, the orphanage, the early magic, the particular curdled brilliance that had started as a gift and had been shaped into something monstrous by a combination of circumstance and deliberate choice. Harry watched and asked questions and began to understand Voldemort not as a symbol or a force but as a person who had made specific decisions, and the more he understood the decisions the more he understood where the objects would be. He needed significance, Harry said, after the third session. Everything he chose had to be the most significant possible version. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, they had to be founder artifacts. They had to be irreplaceable. He needed the soul pieces to feel as important as he believed he was. Dumbledore looked at him. And what does that tell you about the remaining ones? Ravenclaws, Harry said. He'd have found something of Ravenclaws. He had access to Hogwarts as a student, as an applicant for the Dada position, and whatever he took from Ravenclaw, he'd have hidden here. Somewhere that felt like it was his. He thought about it. Somewhere secret. Somewhere he thought nobody else knew. Dumbledore was very still. There's a room, Harry said. I've seen it. The room of requirement, it has another form. A room of hidden things. People have been hiding things in it for centuries. Yes, Dumbledore said, quietly. I believe you are right. Not yet, Harry said. Not without knowing how to approach it safely. He met Dumbledore's eyes. Add it to the list. The list was growing. Not frighteningly, almost usefully. The shape of the task was becoming clear, and clear tasks were manageable in a way that vague dread was not. In October, an owl arrived from Amelia. The Edinburgh operation was successful. Rookwood is in custody. 3 associates apprehended. The ministry source, Harry felt something cold in his chest here, turning the page, has been identified and removed. I cannot name them in writing, but you will hear about it in the next week. He heard about it. Everyone heard about it. The Morning Prophet ran it as a story about a routine DMLE anti-dark artifact operation, which was technically true and contained approximately 15% of the relevant information, but the name in the arrest announcement was enough. Dolores Jane Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister, had been arrested on charges of facilitating dark artifact trafficking and providing operational intelligence to known associates of He Who Must Not Be Named. The story hit Hogwarts at breakfast. Harry was pouring pumpkin juice when Ron dropped the prophet on the table in front of him with the expression of someone who has been physically stunned and has not yet recovered. Harry read it. Set it down. Picked up his pumpkin juice. How long did you know? Hermione said, from across the table. Since Camden, Harry said. Amelia identified the ministry source then. She needed time to build the case before the arrest. Umbridge, Ron said, like he was testing the word. I always thought she was. Yes, Harry said. Fudge is going to have an extremely bad week, Harry said. His senior undersecretary was feeding intelligence to Rookwood's cell. That's not a mistake. Fudge can distance himself from politically. He paused. The autumn session is in 3 weeks. It's going to be significant. He looked at the prophet again and thought about Umbridge's eyes in the Wisengamot chamber, the personal proprietary quality he'd noticed and not yet understood. He thought about a woman who had looked at Harry Potter and seen a threat to something she valued and had acted accordingly, with the particular coldness of someone who believed their cause justified the method. He thought about the people on Rookwood's list, 7 names, 7 people who hadn't known they were targets, and felt the anger that had been with him since June. Do something useful and specific. The autumn Wisengamot session opened on the 17th of October. Harry went with Sirius. Not as a lord taking his godfather to a political session. As Harry, taking Sirius, because Sirius had the right to be there, a formally exonerated wizard with a personal stake in what happened in that chamber, and because Harry had promised himself in the summer that the people who'd earned their place beside him would be beside him. The chamber felt different than it had in July. Not louder, not more crowded, if anything, slightly quieter, in the specific way of a room where the conversations that mattered were happening inside people's heads rather than aloud. Fudge was in the minister's box with the expression of a man who had been bleeding politically for 3 weeks and was aware the bleeding was not done. Lucius Malfoy was not present. Harry noted this immediately. He catalogued it not as victory but as information. Malfoy was absent because he'd calculated attendance was a losing position, which meant he was preparing for something else, somewhere else, which required attention but not today's attention. Augusta Longbottom was in the front row with Neville, who had been brought as her formal session witness, a position that carried no speaking rights but required physical presence and formal robes and the kind of public acknowledgement that said this is my heir and I am naming him to this world. Neville looked terrified and magnificent. Harry caught his eye and nodded. Neville's expression went from terrified to slightly less terrified, which was the best available outcome. Dumbledore's presentation took 40 minutes. He stood in the center of the chamber, not from a seat, not from an official box, but from the open floor, which was unusual and which Fudge had attempted to prevent on procedural grounds and been overruled by Marchbanks, who had used 3 words in doing so, petitioner's floor right. Harry had submitted Dumbledore's presentation as a formal petition testimony, which gave him access to the floor under the same provision Harry had used himself in July. He presented the evidence of Voldemort's return. Not his personal testimony alone, the pensive memories of witnesses, the magical forensic evidence from the Triwizard Graveyard, the medical testimony from Amos Diggory's formal statement about his son's death, the Gringotts dark artifact assessment from the graveyard site. He presented the Horcrux theory, carefully stripped of its most operationally sensitive elements, in terms that conveyed the scale of the threat without exposing the approach. He presented the 4 confirmed Death Eater cells, including Rookwood's, as evidence of an organized re-emergence rather than isolated incidents. He was very good at this. Harry had known Dumbledore was brilliant, he'd known he was persuasive. Watching him in the chamber was different. It was watching someone who had been waiting for the right moment to say a necessary thing and was saying it now, with the full force of everything they were, and the chamber received it the way a room received something it had been resisting for a year and was finally unable to resist. When it was done, the silence lasted approximately 6 seconds. Then Harry stood. "I'd like to add a formal addendum," he said. He didn't need the entire floor, he spoke from his seat, which he knew by now was within his rights and had the practical effect of grounding the moment, making it less theatrical. "I was in the graveyard at the end of the tournament. I saw what Professor Dumbledore has just described. I've submitted a Veritaserum verified pensive memory to the clerk's office, filed this morning, as corroborating testimony." He looked at the chamber, at the faces he'd been studying for months, the ones he knew and the ones he was still reading. "I'm not asking for a formal declaration of war. I'm asking for a formal acknowledgement that what we just heard is accurate, that the Ministry acts accordingly from this day forward, and that anyone who continues to suppress relevant intelligence is subject to the same accountability that Senior Undersecretary Umbridge is currently facing." He paused. "That's all." He sat down. The vote on formal acknowledgement was 141 to 46. Harry heard the number and thought about the summer, the 112 in July, the 139 at Sirius's hearing, and now 141 acknowledging Voldemort's return on the official record of the Wizengamot. The numbers were a graph. The direction was one way. Beside him, in the gallery seat that Amelia had formally registered for exonerated citizens attending in a personal capacity, Sirius was very still. Harry didn't look at him. He looked forward, at the chamber, at the vote, at the work. Then he felt Sirius's hand grip his shoulder, once, brief and solid. He put his hand over it for exactly 1 second. Then they both looked forward again, because the session wasn't done. 3 days after the session, Fudge resigned. He announced it in a statement that was phrased as a decision to pursue other opportunities, which nobody believed, and which did not matter because the resignation was real regardless of its framing. The deputy minister, a competent woman named Helena Clearwater who had spent 3 years in the role watching Fudge and had opinions about him, was placed in the acting position pending an election scheduled for January. Amelia's owl arrived the same morning as the resignation announcement. "I am formally submitting my candidacy for Minister for Magic. I expect this will surprise no one." Harry smiled at the letter. It surprised no one. The summer session, the Umbridge arrest, the autumn session, Amelia Bones had been the through line of all of it, the institutional force that had turned Harry's individual actions into systemic change, and everyone in Wizarding Britain who was paying attention had been able to see it coming. He wrote back, "You have my votes. All 17. Her reply was a single line, "I know. Thank you." November brought an owl from Selena Knott. The letter was 4 pages, careful and quiet, written with the handwriting Harry had learned to recognize, precise, measured, the handwriting of a woman who thought before she wrote. She described the process of formally voiding her proxy assignments to Malfoy, which had involved 3 legal consultations and 1 very tense meeting with Malfoy himself that she described in minimal but sufficient detail. She described her son Theodore's reaction, which was, complicated was the word she used, but which she thought would become less complicated over time. She ended with something Harry read twice. You wrote to me that he spent 12 years in Azkaban for something he didn't do, and that this part wasn't complicated regardless of the other parts. I've thought about that sentence every day since I read it. You were right that the truth of it is simple. What I find harder is that I knew, in some way I didn't let myself examine, that something was wrong. And I looked at the table for years anyway. I want you to know that I understand why that matters. I don't know yet what I can do to contribute to what you're building. But I'm paying attention now. That's where it starts. Not Harry folded the letter and sat with it for a moment. Then he wrote back. Not politically, not about votes or sessions or the Allied House structure. He wrote about what it took to look at a table for years and then look up, and about how the looking up was the part that mattered and the years of looking down were just the before, not the whole story. He wrote about his mother's codicil, we didn't leave you, we were taken, there's a difference, make them see the difference, because it seemed applicable, because the difference between what you chose and what was done to you was something Selina not understood from the inside. He didn't know what she'd do with it. That was fine. He'd planted a seed, which was different from expecting a harvest on any particular schedule. December came. The last Saturday before the Christmas holidays, Harry was in the library with Hermione when Susan appeared in the doorway, slightly out of breath from the stairs, and said, "Your owl arrived. The one from Gringotts." He'd been waiting for it. The formal consolidation of the affiliated house influence, the process that Ragnarok had explained in July, the individual reviews of each of the 12 affiliated houses, had been running in the background all term and was now complete. He opened the document in the library, with Hermione and Susan on either side of him reading as he read. The final number was not 17 seats. It was 22. 5 more than projected, Hermione said, in a slightly strangled voice. 3 houses that were in dormant status self-activated, Harry said, reading the footnote. They were in abeyance, the lords had died without heirs who claimed. 2 of them traced back through the black line far enough that they fell under the Potterblack consolidated claim by inheritance. 22 Wisengamot seats, Susan said. Harry. That's nearly a tenth of the chamber. A tenth that votes coherently, Harry said. And the Longbottom seat. And the Bones seat. And Selina Knott's block, which is currently 3. He set the document down. Malfoy's formal influence in the chamber is down to 9 seats. From 21 in July. Hermione put her hands over her mouth briefly. Then she put them down because she was Hermione and she had opinions. You need to not let this make you complacent, she said, immediately. I know, he said. He's not going to sit still for this. I know, he said. I'm not going to sit still either. She looked at him. What are you planning? Nothing yet, he said. I'm going to go home for Christmas. I'm going to see Sirius and Lupin and the Weasleys and I'm going to not think about votes for 2 weeks. He paused. And then in January I'm going to find the locket, and the cup, and the room of hidden things, and we're going to figure out how to end this properly. Susan picked up the Gringotts document and looked at the number again. 22, she said, quietly. 22, Harry confirmed. She looked at him. Not at the document, not at the number. At him. With the clear, direct gaze she'd had since the first morning in the safe house kitchen. When we first met, properly, I mean, in the kitchen in Bloomsbury, I told my aunt after that I thought you were going to be extremely difficult to kill, she said. I remember, Harry said. I want to add something to that, she said. I think you're going to win. Not just survive. Actually win. She said it with the matter-of-fact certainty of someone stating something they've been observing for months and have now checked enough times to be sure of. I thought you should know someone thinks that. Harry looked at her. The library was quiet around them, afternoon light coming through the high windows, Hermione very carefully looking at a bookshelf with the studied neutrality of someone choosing not to be present in this particular 30 seconds. Thank you, Harry said. "You're welcome," Susan said, and picked up her bag and left, which was entirely Susan Bones, the honest thing said plainly, no performance on either end, and then just getting on with the day. He told Sirius and Lupin on the winter solstice, in the sitting room of Grimmauld Place, which Sirius had reclaimed in October, the process of it as cathartic and messy and right as Harry had imagined, the Black family house stripped of its worst remnants and filled with the presence of people who were trying to make something better from the material of what remained. They sat by the fire, the three of them. Sirius had a glass of something. Lupin was making tea, because of course he was. Harry told them what Dumbledore had told him. What he'd worked out himself. All of it, the fragment, the scar, the theory, the path through. He told it the way he'd decided to tell it, directly, completely, without softening the hard parts, because softening the hard parts was what had been done to him for years and he wasn't going to do it to them. Sirius went very still in the way Harry had come to recognize as his most serious state, the full brightness grin entirely gone, replaced by something deep and focused and not afraid but very clear about what it was facing. Lupin set down his tea. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. Then Sirius said, "Dumbledore believes there's a path through." "Yes," Harry said. "And you believe him?" "I believe he's working on it in good faith and that the magical logic is sound," Harry said. "I don't know for certain." "Nobody does." Another silence. "All right," Sirius said. "Not acceptance, not resignation. Something more active, the decision to take a piece of information and work with it rather than against it. Then we work the problem. We find the other pieces, we develop the approach, we make sure the path is as clear as it can be before anyone has to walk it." "Yes," Harry said. Lupin looked at Harry with the quiet amber gaze. "Are you afraid?" he said. Harry thought about it. The real answer, not the automatic one. "Sometimes," he said. "Not right now." Lupin nodded, slow and sure. "Good," he said. "Fear is useful in the right amounts. Too much and it stops you thinking." He picked up his tea again. "We're going to help you. All three of us, together. That's not a question." "I know," Harry said. Sirius looked at him across the firelight. He looked like James Potter's best friend and like a man who had survived Azkaban and like the person Harry had been told to go to first if anything was ever wrong, who had not been available for 12 years and was here now. He looked like family. "When this is over," Sirius said, "we're going to France. The three of us. The chateau. The wine cellar." He pointed at Harry. "You are going to drink nothing because you're 15, but you are going to sit at the table while Moony and I appreciate it on your behalf." "I'll be 16 by then," Harry said. "Still no." 17 potentially, Harry said. "Absolutely not," Lupin said, with a warmth that made it completely certain the conversation would continue indefinitely. Harry looked at the fire. At the room that had been a grim, dust-shrouded monument to a family's worst tendencies and was now warm and occupied and real. At the two people across from him who had loved his parents and had found, through the wreckage of everything, their way back to him. He thought about Amelia Bones, who was going to be Minister for Magic by February. About Augusta Longbottom, who wrote devastating letters to editors and had called him competent, which he now understood was the highest compliment available in her register. About Andromeda Tonks and her 17 pages of petition and her daughter who tripped over steps and turned her nose orange and was one of the most decent people he'd met. About Susan, in the library, saying "I think you're going to win" with the calm certainty of someone who had checked. About Hermione, who had been at his side since the train to Hogwarts in first year and was there still, with her bag full of books and her unerring instinct for what he'd missed. About Ron, who had said brilliant and meant it, simply, without agenda. About Cedric Diggory, who deserved a world that was worth what he'd given. Harry looked at the fire and felt the weight of all of it, the 22 seats and the allied houses and the 2 rings and the Horcruxes and the path he'd have to walk, and felt it for what it was. Not a burden. Not a curse. Not something done to him. A house. His house. Not the crumbling ugliness of Privet Drive. Not even the marble and gold of Gringotts. Something older than any of that and simpler, the place that held the people who were his and answered when he came home. It had been built in 43 days. It would have to hold through a war. Harry thought it would. He turned to Sirius and said, "Tell me about France," and Sirius's face broke into the full brightness grin, and the fire crackled in the grate, and outside the winter solstice darkness was deep and complete, and they stayed there, the three of them, talking until very late, because they could, because there was time, because the morning was coming but it wasn't here yet, and for now this room and this fire and these people were enough. More than enough. Obviously.